Okay, lunch break's over. Let's get back into it, shall we? I hope you're having a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. And hopefully enjoy our time with Elden Ring and hopefully what I will consider Stormveil's last secrets. Oh yeah, by the way, in the lunch break while I was eating my pizza, I actually entered the code that I got for ordering the launch edition or whatever the fuck this is called. It's just a normal version of the game, but they have some pre-order bullshit. Obviously, I didn't pre-order because I'm not an idiot, but you still get something for buying the quote-unquote launch edition. Now, what you get is apparently this gesture for some reason. Cool. I'm never going to use it anyway. And then you get what is essentially a manual for the game, which would have actually been cool if they had that as a printed version in the game case. Sadly, it's something you download. I don't know why. Apparently, it's exclusive to the launch edition or whatever. It's literally a like 8-page manual, or not a manual even. It's just, you know, essentially a shorter version of the intro cutscene in a way, with some completely useless tips in it. So, cool, I guess. Well, I mean, one thing that I do like about the launch version is that it comes in this, like, it's not just the game case, it's actually a bigger case over it, and it has an additional thing in it, which comes with, like, I think there are 3 or 4 printed postcards, essentially, a couple of stickers, and then also one, what are they called? Like things you can put on your clothing, right? You can iron onto your clothes if you wanted to. So that's neat. I mean, I looked at them once, probably never going to look at that stuff again, but, you know, at least it's something, right? Not nothing. So I like that. The digital crap they could have, you know, just not done. But oh well. I mean, no harm done, I guess. Let us go back into Stormveil Castle. I hope at some point I actually get like a a cloak that doesn't look like I've been through shit. This one's pretty used up at this point, right? Oh well. Okay, so the next thing that I want to attempt is fight this weird lion thing at the entrance to the castle. Now, what we need to do in order to be able to do that is clear out the entrance to the castle, which that requires us to go back through the path here, set here by the elevator, that will ultimately let us enter the entrance to the castle from, well, not really the back, but from the side, sort of, so that we are able to bypass, or rather kill, the barista guys. I hope I'm saying that right. Is it barista? Ballista. I always said barista. It's a ballista, right? Yeah. Isn't barista something in the restaurant? Oh, whatever. You know what I mean. It's a ballista, I think. Multiple of them, anyway. I wonder if it's a good idea to leave these rats alive. Kind of annoyed that I constantly have to try and kill them. Also, you are a fast thing. So, I'm confused as to when... Oh, for fuck's sake! Seriously? Alright. What the hell is wrong with you? Whatever. I'm sometimes confused as to when you actually stab something and when you don't. Because it's not pressing or holding circle. This is just a normal attack, but when I move forward and press this, there is some sort of weird thing going on where if you're... Apparently, it's probably distance based to your opponent. Like if you run towards an opponent and you press R1, it's gonna stab him instead of slashing. I don't know why. That's honestly really annoying because it does more damage, I think, like slightly more, 20% more or something, but it also has like a slightly longer animation to it where you can't like jump back right away. And also it doesn't follow up. I think that's the bigger thing, right? So usually if I run into this pack of rats and I just do my normal attack, they'll get stunned and I can get a couple of hits off. But for some awkward reason, the game stabs the opponents, which can't be followed up by your normal combo. At least it takes a couple of frames longer, which gives these rats a chance to counterattack. I don't like that. I don't know why that is or how that works or whatever. It's definitely a very awkward thing. Okay, let me see here. I think I'm actually going to try and clear out these first guys on my own. It shouldn't be too much of a problem because they can't turn around anyway. Bye. And this way my summons don't fuck up anything here. I mean, there is quite a lot of... I guess I can still... This whole section is weird as well. Oh, no, never mind. It's actually not. I thought you had to drop down here, but that's actually not the case. You can just walk. Okay. So I kind of want to try and... Oh, but it's a very quick animation. The problem is I'm somewhat... I don't want to waste too many healing stuff. No. Should have R2'd that. Whatever. I do very much like that they're dropping smoldering butterflies. I need to find a way to get more thin beast bones so that I can craft a lot more fire arrows. I feel like that would be very, very beneficial. Well, now nothing will shoot at me. Except these folks, obviously. That was a bit too close for my liking. Okay, I think... I mean, there's still a couple of guys behind them. I don't know if I already want to summon my spirits. I think... Shouldn't be too problematic, I feel like. Let's just do this. Ah, seriously? How many shooty guys are here? What? Where did the others come from? Oh, seriously? How many are here? Oh, that's annoying. They already lost a lot of HP. Okay, I kind of misjudged this. That's honestly probably going to be a problem. I can't really heal them, can I? I don't necessarily need to pull those guys. I mean, at the end of the day, I can always try this again. So, let's see here. Let's... I wonder if this thing is weak to fire or something. Let's fill up my FP. Equipment. Let's see. What might be good against this thing? It's honestly hard to tell, huh? Guess I just have to try it, huh? It's probably insanely fast, I'd imagine. It's also insanely strong. Or maybe not. Yeah, it is. Fucking hell. Why are these enemies... No. No, don't kill him. Fuck. What the... I thought I had it. Shit. Or not had it. Yeah, I mean... They're insane HP pool. He isn't even that... Aw, man. Aw, that's annoying again. I'm sorry, but this is, like... That enemy is really not that difficult, but... You know, when you think you've actually quite figured out what it does, suddenly it has completely different attacks. And that insane HP pool, man, why? Why would you give this thing so much HP? He looks kind of cool, though. I mean, in and of itself, it's a pretty cool enemy, I think. Yeah, I'm really... I mean, we can always come back to that place. Once again, I would really, really like to just fight this thing on its own, because it does feel like a pretty cool fight. Obviously, there's a couple of timings you need to figure out. I think, you know, it's honestly so far probably one of the sort of slower enemies in terms of the attacks, and definitely one where you can actually get a little bit of a distance between him and you. But man, with that insane amount of HP, and the problem is that my two guys just aren't helpful at all in this scenario. The spirits that I summoned will have struggled fighting against him. Why do they have... I don't get it. Why are there so many normal enemies that are really easy to fight against? And then in the corner, there's just a lion that has an insane HP pool. I mean, he literally has 10 times the HP of the other enemies, I think. Combined with a much stronger attacks and, you know, way quicker, or rather more unpredictable movement and all that kind of stuff. What different attacks as well. Do I want to try and get my runes back? I don't think I can, right? Aren't they just like in front of the gate? I mean, let's try. Let's just try. Not that I really care about that, but you know, at some point I do want to level, so. I'm just kind of bummed by this because it seems like an awesome fight on its own, but not when it's, you know, not when it requires this insane amount of backtracking every single time you lose, combined with, you know, having to clear out essentially the entire front gate. What a weird thing. Why? I wish these would be more consistent as well. Sometimes you can like hit all three of them and they'll get stunned. Sometimes, you know, you miss one and then it'll attack back. I don't know. Well, I mean, I can just summon my spirits to clear out the courtyard, I guess. You think you can sneak by that line thing in order to enter the... Like, I don't have to fight it, right? Oh, seriously. But this is... I don't know, it's just such a strange setup here, right? Where you essentially have like a million different guys that are really, really easy to defeat, and then suddenly, like, this one insanely strong lion thing. Yeah, I mean, you can potentially actually parry the lion, but I feel like my shield's not really made for that. Also, I don't think that I can actually guard counter it. I don't think. At least not in a way that, you know, is actually beneficial to me. Wait, he didn't bounce back on my shield, though. So can I actually guard counter every time they hit my shield? It is quite funny how you can pull these guys on their own, at least partly. Ah, well, sometimes at least. Can you like decide on whether or not you want to attack me? Ah, for fuck's sake! Of course he has to like shoot his fucking arrow the very moment this guy actually attacks. And the other, see guy, do you see the guy up top? He's just like noping out. I wonder if, you think the wolves would be better to fight this lion guy? I wonder. Because he's so fast, it feels like the other two guys aren't really capable of doing much. In a way, I think I need like a more, I probably need spirits that can like range attack more. Oh, Neat. Yeah, I mean, you can pull these. That's the weird part, right? I mean, this is literally like Dark Souls 101 in a way, right? Pull the enemies all on their own and all that kind of stuff. And it works quite well here, actually. So that makes it even... Oh, for fuck's... Of course it suddenly swaps to the wrong enemy. But yeah, I mean, this whole courtyard, clearing it out, you don't need the spirits at all for that. I'm just kind of like, why do they force you to clear this thing out? And they do. I mean, I don't think there is a way of getting here somewhat quickly without activating these guys, right? I don't think that's actually a viable thing. Let us try the wolves. Where are my runes, anyway? Probably... Oh, yeah. It's right in the middle. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to make of this. What's this saying? Try door. Yeah, I kind of want to, but... Oh shit, yeah. I need to... summon these guys first, actually. $67. That's so ridiculous. Where are they? Where are they? And the problem is he's jumping away so much. Oh, for fuck's sake. And of course you get hit, or rather not hit, you get just stuck on the statues, which is also great. Stop fighting! Oh, and now they're already dead again. Can I just do this? Bye. Oh, there's a site of grace here. Oh, well, that's convenient. Think he's noping out? Well, I mean, I guess this is also a way to do it. Yeah, I don't... that's... I would much prefer to have an enemy that you can't necessarily sneak by, but is actually defeatable. I mean, again, the lion, in and of itself, that's not the issue. The issue is its huge HP pool, and the sheer amount of perfect fighting you have to do to get through it. How many? 4,300, okay. What is this place called? Limgrave Tower Bridge. Very, very interesting and unusual background music. Also, look at the Earth Tree from here, through the fog. Doesn't look so shiny at all anymore. Huh. This is the first time I actually get a look at this, like, larger area. Fortunately, it doesn't look too good. Why is that? Why does that look like that? That's weird. Did they not expect somebody to look down there? It almost feels like it. Wait, is it literally here? So maybe, like when I was on the castle over there somewhere, I looked over there and the Earth Tree suddenly looked a lot closer than before. It almost does look like it's literally somewhere here, right? Like pretty close, actually. That does lead me to believe that most of these white towers are actually part of the original capital, most likely. Very interesting choice of music with the bells. But let me take a look at this room. I hope I don't pull the line again, but wow, I swear this music's awesome. Also, these guys look alive, don't they? These knights? I wonder what this room's supposed to be. This almost looks like, I don't know, some kind of debating chamber, right? Although the location for it wouldn't really make that much sense. I feel like. So that's also kind of weird. So from this side, you can attempt the lion with spirit summons, like from the sign of grace, right? Because it's easy to get here. They look very lifelike, don't they? I wonder what this giant bridge originally was. It feels like, I mean, if we assume, or we kind of know that the capital was sort of built around the Earth Tree. So this must have been sort of the original access point from the capital to Castle Stormvale, right? Making this essentially the entrance that most people would take. Or not necessarily most people, but you can sort of imagine, you know, when high-ranking, I guess, court members of the capital city visited Stormvale Castle, that this is the path they would take, which is most likely why it looks like this. Alright, let's take a look what's here. I don't expect there to be much here, other than potentially another boss or something. We have one destroyed statue here. The music's choice is just, you know, there's the slight bass that's coming in, and then these, like, almost like wind chimes, and then bells. What an absolutely phenomenal choice. Probably one of the best music that I've heard so far in FromSoft games, apart from the opening to Elden Ring. Because it's finally something different, right? It's finally an actually distinct background music. And then also some kind of almost banjo-sounding guitar string. So in this case, the statues actually don't have branches on them. So I wonder if these belong to the capital. The roots and branches that are actually growing on them, probably something that happened, you know, later on. Not part of their actual design. This is definitely by far the best music that I've heard so far in FromSoft games. Actually suspense building, not just background noise. Not that the music is bad, but usually it is more sort of background rather than actually music. Also these towers, right? The way they're built, the fact that they're white, the way they look, very Lord of the Rings-like. And then this. What is this? I mean, if we do assume that this is the way towards the capital, this would be sort of a main entrance to it. Or would have been, rather. What was this place called again? Limgrave Tower Bridge. Tower Bridge. Limgrave Tower Bridge. Possible entrance to the capital. Question mark? And then these guys don't have swords, although the ones at the top have. So the ones at the top could be some sort of it's a white gate. White gate. Top statues. Possible guard. Royal Guard or something. And then below them, the bigger statues with the books in hand. Possibly some sort of council. Maybe some kind of governing body that existed within the capital. Very, very strong imagery though, right? The the Earth tree in the background. Wow, the design on this gate is absolutely nuts. The trees. Almost forget the item because of it. Bolt Drake talisman. Okay, so that's probably just like the other talismans or Drake talismans that we have, just against lightning. Yeah. Helix Drake, so we have boost holy damage, negation, lightning, and fire. So far we haven't really seen that many enemies that do these particular attacks. I mean, we've seen Agil the dragon, but that's actually, I mean, if you're hit by his fire, you're probably dead anyways. Doesn't say anything beyond what the others say, though. I have a feeling, you know, if Stormvale Castle is actually difficult, wherever this leads will probably be insane for me right now. And also this entire area just looks like a boss fight, right? Which I assumed from the map even, right? Because a huge bridge with nothing on it just begs for a boss fight. More of these people. I wonder, I mean, their faces are pretty neutral, right? Not necessarily men or women. And then we have these huge giant-looking guys here. Those are the guys I already fought before, right? The ones, or rather I fought one of them before. One of them was lying, I think it was like around here somewhere. It's not that far away, actually. I wonder if these guys are connected to one. So in the intro cutscene, we saw sort of the last two demigods that were standing. One giant-looking dude, and then one potentially woman with a very long sword. Yeah, I wonder if these giants, I mean, are they remnants of the war? What were the giants anyway? I mean, the thing that I felt like was weird about them before is what they look like, right? So this, whatever they left behind, it's actually fairly similar to the giant in Dark Souls 2. The giants in Dark Souls 2. Interestingly enough, where they don't have, they're not really, they're not looking like stone, they're not really looking like wood either, although these look fairly wooden-like, right? Definitely a similar sort of, you would assume that they probably feel similar to wood, and they're, whatever they're made of also probably reacts similar to wood. While at the same time, at least the one that we fought was burning, right? He was on fire from the inside somehow. That one dude all the way back there to the left looks actually like something that would get up. Maybe this actually... Stormhill, okay. Archer required a head, so to speak, be wary of critical hit. Archer. I wonder if there's going to be some sort of sniper attacking us from the tower. I'm slightly concerned by that one branch in the background there. You see, it looks like it's not properly connected. I hope that's not actually an oversight by the developers on the very central structure and object of the game. That seems a bit... Okay. I honestly don't really feel like continuing along this path. This very much feels like something I want to, maybe explore a bit later and not right now. I honestly wonder what the deal here was. What's the is this water anyway? Is that a lake or is that the ocean as well? Because if that's water, what was the point of this bridge? To get to the tower ultimately, I guess? God, this music's absolutely incredible. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to continue this way. Also, well, the problem is now I'm past that line, right? But judging by past encounters with strong enemies, they never really actually drop anything useful. So while I would like to learn his sort of attack patterns and stuff, I don't feel like it's really beneficial to fight him, like, at all. So I don't think I'm going to do that, to be completely honest. That does mean that for the most part, I think I've actually cleared out the castle, except for this later bit here. The only things that are missing are, well, whatever underground area exists, although I do think that I can get there from here. And then, yeah, that one door where we're still missing a key from somewhere. But at least we have the Site of Grace, right? So we can always return here anyway. But I feel like, I mean, if there are so many giants on the bridge, either we would have fought one, which seems very likely to me, and or we would have fought multiple. Before I take the elevator, I think I want to at least see what potentially we can find over here. Where these birds are. Okay. Can you please stop? The fuck is wrong with them? That's... Why didn't I not spend my runes earlier? Fuck, I should have known that these birds are bullshit. They look too easy, honestly. They looked way too easy. Way too easy. Ah, shit. Now I lost like 1,000 runes again. Why can they spew fire? Is that really necessary? What am I doing here? Let me... Oh wait, never mind. Huh? Okay, now I'm confused. Wait, let me... Oh, what the... Well, I mean, once you know that they can breathe fire, I guess it's somewhat alright. But their HP is incredibly high as well. Way higher than the ones from the earlier birds. Oh yeah, right. The one thing that I just felt was weird. Why was I not losing runes all of a sudden? Did I miss something? When I thought that I did? I'm pretty sure that one time when I picked up my runes and said, oh wait, you always lose runes on death anyway. I'm very, very sure that I did. But this time I didn't. I had 4,200 something or 300 something, and I picked 4,300 up. What's going on there? Can enemies like steal your runes if they get to the site where you left them? Or something to that degree? Please tell me there's only 2 of them. There is a normal dude there as well. So there is explosive barrels here. Sadly, I don't see any explosive barrels back there. Have I been up there? I don't think I have. I could just, you know, shoot it. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's not what I wanted. I swear, every single time. Probably don't want to fight him on the staircase, though. How did that hit me? What? That's bullshit. Suddenly he can just do that? So he has 2 different patterns, and he can just decide to spew fire whenever he wants to. Great. So you don't even have a tell for that. Ah well. Worked out in the end, I guess. I have the bad feeling that there's going to be more of these damn birds here. I could definitely hear one more. Alright, let me see. Guess we just have this item here. Also, oh, hi. Smithing stone, 2 times 1. I don't think I have... How many do I have? 1. Great. I really wonder what the significance of these statues is. It looks like they're pouring out water, right? Some kind of holy water? Very hard to tell. Also, isn't that the... That's the room with the bell in it, right? Yeah. It's just incredible how your perspective on this whole castle constantly changes wherever you are, right? There's always like a new perspective, a new way of looking at these structures that never quite feels the same as the previous one. Very, very cool. Alright, I can see one guy here. I think I hear a bird. What's going on? Is that a boat? Sounds weird. I swear, if there's like another line or something here. Golden room. Yeah, that it very much sounds like a bird. I don't know where this leads to. Hello. You look...
You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place.
Hello, lady. Can I have your assistance in defeating more of these things? You seem to know how to do that.
Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godrick's lot. I am Nefeli Lu.
Nefeli Lu.
Tarnished and warrior, like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godrick's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds.
Here on her father's behalf. Her father, she's called Nefeli Lu. What is it? The Huara Lu is the chieftain of the Badlands. So she is the daughter of the Badlands chieftain? Okay.
If you intend to challenge Godrick, I ask you call upon me.
Oh.
The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight.
So I guess she's our summon for the fight against Godrick then.
Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow Tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance, down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord.
So everybody wants to become Elden Lord? That's still true then?
Apologies. As fellow
Okay.
down whatever road.
Interesting. Yeah, that does sound like she's going to be our summon for the fight. Which I do think I will do again. Not necessarily because I want the aid with the battle, but rather because, you know, I want to interact with these NPCs. And if she so clearly states that, I wonder if that changes anything later on. I have a feeling it won't. I think it's weird. She clearly states that we should call upon her when we're fighting Godrick. But Rogier doesn't comment at all on the fact that we summoned him to help us against Margit. What does that mean? Okay. I mean, I have a feeling that there has to be another, like, safe spot or sign of grace or whatever right in front of the actual fight, right? Is this not the boss arena though, right? What the... Okay, that looks like one of the normal quote-unquote giants though. Oh, hello! I didn't see that there was... Nice! From afar, it didn't actually... Probably because of the lighting or something. Another golden seat. Well, I do appreciate that. Certainly gives us more options. Trina's Lily. No door ahead. Of course not. Why do I still hear a bird? I don't want a bird interfering with this fight. More smithing stones. Interesting. Definitely telling... Although... So I was speculating earlier because we found that cookbook number 10 or whatever, that might have been an indication that I shouldn't be here right now, right? That it's sort of above my level currently. But the smithing stones seem to indicate otherwise, right? Because I already have a +4 weapon, which you need the smithing stones 2 for. How do I want to do this? Can I pull you individually? It seems I can. At least the small guys won't interfere with the big one, huh? Hope I'm not missing any other enemies. The problem is... Well, I mean, I have already fought against one of those giants, but... It was a very tough fight as well. What is that sound? I guess there might be a bird up on the other way where you can go if you have to, if you take the elevator. Oh, that is interesting. I never noticed that before. Did it already do this on like other enemies? It zooms out the camera slightly when you target the giant. Wow, okay. Very, very interesting choice. Fuck. I would really like to summon my spirits here. I don't think there is a way to sneak by him, huh? I mean, I could just run by him once I pull him. Does he have to have so much health? Seriously. Wait, I can. That was bullshit. Oh fuck, he's just destroying these poor wolves. Nope. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do his stomps have so much, like... They're way too fast. Oh, for fuck's sake! I just said they're way too fast and they do the same fucking mistake again. Okay, that's bullshit. Ah, shit. Why does he... I swear to God, that... That whole attack wind-up animation looks like he's just, you know, doing his thing. And you can attack him during it. And then he actually turns. Oh man. I don't know if it's because I'm so used to FromSoft games that I'm struggling so much, because that's usually not something they do. Yes, there are tracking attacks in the other FromSoft games, but that very much felt like something that would have not tracked you, usually. Oh, for fuck's sake. He was already almost dead as well. Also, why the fuck, once again, why the fuck won't they let you summon those spirits like 10, 20 meters before that? Such an unnecessary choice once again. I almost just want to run through. I don't know if that's possible. It's probably the dumbest choice that you can make here. Of course. Why the fuck? Why the fuck do you not have iframes while you're summoning spirits? What the fuck is that about? That is such a... Like, why put this spirit summon thing right next to the enemies so that it is impossible to, you know, to summon before that. But then, at the same time, don't give you iframes to actually deal with that. Oh, for fuck's sake, that is such bullshit, that attack. Oh, of course. Can you please stop with the bullshit? Are you kidding me? Ah, there it is. I knew there was one. Well, I don't know. This is just... So you can literally, once again, just run through. Best strategy so far, I guess. What's this called? Secluded Cell. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so that's the boss fight. Once again, offer arms but dragon. Once again... Okay, yeah, that's the warrior that we just met, so she could help us, and then as soon as you traverse the mist, you can probably also summon other spirits. Cool. And this actually seems to be the opposite side of where I was before, where the elevator leads. Yet again, very interesting that they... Oh, for fuck... Sprint already! Fucking hell. No, don't change. Ash of War Stormcaller. Wait. Are they, like, passive? I think they're not attacking me. Oh yeah, they are. Now the big one's getting up, of course. Fucking... the fuck. Why does it always have to be like this? Okay, that's honestly funny, right? Alright, let me very quickly... Let's activate this. Okay. Think he's chilling? Okay, let me take a look at what I just got. So also we need to I already forgot that I got a golden seed again. Wait. Oh, he's actually still looking for me. Well, that's funny. I'll come back. I'll come back. I just I just really didn't feel like fighting. Okay, let me, before I forget, golden seed. Wait, what? Use 2 golden seeds to increase your... Seriously? I need 2? Oh, for fuck's sake. Well then, never mind, I guess. So... Let me see. What else did I get? So suddenly you need 2? That's a weird decision. I don't like that. That completely takes away the thrill that I had when finding it. That's you know, because it's also so arbitrary, they could just have less of them in game, but always give you an upgrade with them, right? That would be exactly the same thing. So, weird decision, but okay. So I think I got 2 cracked pots there, right? Which is funny because those are pot enemies. So it's almost like they're defending their brethren. And it does, to a degree at least, explain why these crackpots can actually mend themselves. So that's, you know what, that's actually pretty interesting. With the crackpots. Found near living, quote-unquote, living pots. Yeah, I wonder if that's an explanation for why they mend themselves. That is pretty cool. Okay, yeah, so I think I got 2, right? Over there. And then I got another Ash of War. This one, Stormcaller. Usable in swords capable of slashing axes, blah blah blah. Ash of War, quality affinity, following skills. Stormcaller. One of the skills that channeled the tempests of Stormveil. Spin armament to create surrounding storm winds. Repeated inputs allow for up to 2 follow-up attacks. So that is essentially what the knights, or a couple of the knights can do this, right? Especially with the follow-up attacks. Yeah, I can attest to that. They can definitely do this. And the little guys, the normal ones with the red hoods, they can sort of also do this, right? Where they summon forth like one sort of storm wind thing. Neat. Still not really the biggest fan of these Ashes of War. I mean, a lot of these skills just seem sort of unusable since enemies are generally extremely fast. So yeah, but I mean, that's something that hopefully I'll be able to get behind more, the more I actually play through the game. Other than that, I don't think I actually found something else of importance right there, right? Considering how many things, or how many duplicates of those armors I have, I should probably go back to a place where I can sell stuff real quick and level up, because I'm fairly close to a level up, I think. Church of LA. What is my level up requirement? 6272. 60 to 172. 6272. Okay. Let's go through these. So I don't think that I actually need these, right? kind of hard to tell. I mean, obviously you want to have options, right? Technically, these do look better than these ones, since these ones are even heavier but have almost the same physical resistance. These just look really bad, right? Yeah, let's just get rid of these, to be honest, and then get rid of these two. I can get rid of one of these as well, because I have two. Let's keep these ones. Okay. And then, is there something else I might want to sell? Well, I mean, the Weathered Straight-Sword has a very interesting design, I would say. It looks very cool. But it seems pretty bad. I mean, it's a fairly lightweight sword, right? But this is already as well, so... Did I ever read the description of the pike? A long spear featuring an especially lengthy handle. Specialized for use from long distances, it boasts the longest reach of any melee weapon. Incredibly useful even against foes on horseback, but hard to wield in cramped spaces. It honestly looks incredibly long. And yeah, that's not a lance, it's an actual pike. Which is rather interesting. 20 strength. Wow. I wouldn't have thought that. Well, I mean, now I'm pretty close to my level up target, so... Let's sell... What was it? 6272, right? I mean, I do have... Let's see, I have a couple of mushrooms again. That wouldn't give me enough, though. The butterflies are pretty useful, so I don't want to sell them. I guess... Shit, now I saw... yeah, that wasn't the best choice, honestly. I mean, I can just, you know what, let's just get rid of a couple of things here. So, I mean, this is pretty close. What do I still need? 120 or something, right? So let's just sell 5 more. And then 70, what did I say? 72, so 7 more. Let's sell 5 of these. These are incredibly common anyway. Yeah, let's just do this. Okay.
Goodbye.
Good, good, good. Let's get to 17 faith. And now I need to collect 6,000 runes to buy that black flame thing that can engulf my weapon. It's clouded cell. Let's go back to this place and then explore the area with the pots further. Well, so that's most likely going to be Godrick. I wonder how well prepared I am for it. Well, the thing is, I have a summon, I have spirits. So that already probably gives me quite an edge. But having said that, you know, if he one-shots me or anything, that doesn't very help very much, right? I'm probably going to try at least 1 or 2 times, like, on my own, just to see what he's actually, like, what he actually is, I guess, right? Also, I didn't think about this before necessarily, but this is golden mist, right? Compared to the fog gates that we see in other places that are white. Well, the biggest problem is the game just doesn't explain fog at all. Why it exists, why it actually blocks your path, or rather separates sort of levels from one another. Very weird. And yeah, the white fog can block your path. I guess you could interpret it as for some reason us seeing sort of Grace's guidance and letting us pass through this fog, which is golden because of Grace or something. But yeah, I wish there was like a deeper explanation hidden somewhere within the game. What is this whole thing anyway? The path sort of collapsed, I guess, is what happened here. This kind of looks weird, right? Because this whole part of the courtyard still looks like it always looked like this. But then there's this path as well. Why is it broken up? Kind of wondering what it looked like originally. It might have just been sort of a tunnel or something. Also interesting that the summon sign is here. What a weird place to put it. Didn't miss anything here. Also, the pots just attack and then the big one gets up? That's unfair. Right? They're the ones attacking. Why is the big one protecting them? Kukris. Jumping required ahead. Oh! Aha! That's the way to get over there, okay. Honestly interesting, but at least this time the ledge is sufficiently wide, making it seem, you know, actually logical that you can go here. Okay. This is where we came from, right? Yes. Is there even any point to this? Aren't we just back where we started, essentially? That's probably the bird that I heard, right? And that's a knight? What is happening over there? A knight kneeling down? Very strange sight, isn't it? Okay. Another smithing stone? Very, very interesting. They definitely place a couple of these smithing stones in fairly close proximity to the boss fight, you know. The crackpots as well, now that I think about it. Makes me wonder if they're, like, the boss fight has some sort of weakness to something that I can craft with the pots, right? This whole place is interesting, because the rest of the castle still looks very much intact, right? Aside from the outside, obviously. But this part, for some reason, is broken. Also, we saw this detail a couple of times already, but the fact that they show how the floor is made up, right, with wooden beams in between, then having like these big stones, but also, so there's like a wooden base structure to the castle, and I guess then they put like these big stones on it, and then on top of that, they poured in some sort of cement-like thing, probably some kind of sand mixture, and on top of that, they then put the actual floor. It's very, very cool that you can see that detail. Another Trina's Lily. I wish I had the crafting recipes for the, like, sleeping arrows and stuff. Smithing stone 1, golden room. Doesn't this, like, just lead to the elevator? At least I thought it would. Does it? Wait, where are we? Aha! Now I found out why I was stabbing the rats earlier. So while you're crouching and then pressing R1, you're actually doing a stab. Oh, that's awesome, actually. That is very awesome because, you know, while you're crouching, you're like literally being an assassin, more or less, right? And then you just stab people to death. I would love it if the stab had like a follow-up. I mean, it kind of does, but it also kind of doesn't. So, I guess these are just commoners that, mana tower shield. Commoners that probably worked for the castle, right? Just normal workers, essentially. 30 strength. An iron great shield large enough to cover the entire body depicts the round table hold to gather in place of champions. Does it? Because that's a line on it as well. Great shields boast high damage negation and guard capacity, making enemy attacks easy to repel. Oh, and that one has a shield bash. Brace behind shield before using body weight to ram foes while maintaining guarding stance. Weaker enemies will be shoved backwards and can even be staggered. And it has 100% physical damage negation. So, round table hold. Round table hold has the line. Also has the lion as a crest? Question mark. Mana tower shields. Why would it display the round? I wonder what the significance of the round table hold really is. I mean, we have heard, you know, a couple of things about the round table hold, but overall, it just seems a bit strange. Also, this is like some sort of special developer message again. Where the hell are we now? Well, that's a path that leads downward. So that's where we started the game. And it looks like you can't even get there? Or does it just look like that through the... No, there's actually... Holy shit. Well, I mean, it does look like that on the map, right? I mean, there's certainly something like a piece of rock. Big piece of rock somewhere. But it does look like it's not actually connected anymore to the main world. Also, what is that white stuff? Is that something that didn't load in properly, or is that some sort of salt lake? Either way, those mountains are floating. And I don't think that's not loaded in properly. I think that's actually how they're supposed to look. Potentially. I'm actually not entirely certain about that. Also, wow. Look at this. So, I would say that probably the biggest destruction definitely happened around the sort of main hall or main structure of the castle, right? So everything sort of back here, this main tower, where we're also going to fight Godrick, supposedly. So whatever attacked the castle at some point, or destroyed the castle, not necessarily attacked it, could have been from within. Well, its focus certainly was on this place. Although, yeah, I mean, judging by the destruction and also the fact that it's also on the front gate or close to it, you know, probably was a something from the outside. Although, those stones look rather weird, don't they? I guess they're supposed to have blackened or something, or broke off from the other ones. Why are they so much darker? That looks weird. Almost as somebody as if somebody purposefully built like a stone line around the destruction, right? Bit of a weird picture, but okay. Surely what you seek is somewhere close by. Is it? What is that supposed to mean? Okay, wait a second. How does this section connect exactly? Because I was sort of expecting the elevator that led down to the other sign of grace. But suddenly it seems we're like somewhere completely different. Well, I mean, I can always come back here, right? It's not that much of an issue, I guess. I just need to remember that there is other stuff here as well. But obviously I do want to know where the outside leads. I mean, I have a feeling I will return to Stonewall Castle at some point anyway, simply because I definitely want a rematch against everything that's been kicking my ass in here. Is there a point of jumping over there? I don't think there is. Okay. Well, that's an item. Behold friendship. I don't want to read. What? I want the item. Are you kidding me? That's weird. I mean, there's clearly more stuff sort of on the outside of the castle, right? We might be able to get to. Oh. We saw this picture already. If only I had a key. And I think last time I was speculating if the picture actually depicted this place before Stormvale was built. Potentially. Doesn't necessarily look like that, but I guess you never know. Ah! Now we're on the other side of that. Rainbow Stone. Oh yeah, I know where they're giving us that here. So this is the way that leads down into the catacombs of the castle. That's pretty cool. And it also loops back around to this side of Grace, which is also pretty awesome. Yeah. Okay, so essentially if we wanted to, we could now go downstairs, more or less. Although, judging by what it looks like and how the castle has been kicking my ass so far, I honestly don't know if I'm prepared to do that. Okay. I do want to, like, where did this lead, though? I am slightly confused here. Doesn't this essentially lead to where it just was? Yeah, this leads to the place with the cracked pots. That's an interesting choice, isn't it? Oh wait, what? I mean, huh? So you don't even have to go where the giant is. You can just literally, if you found this sign of grace, you can just go here. And find this without any effort whatsoever. You know what? I think you probably have to talk to her, to Nefeli, to get her as a summon, though. So if you take this path and then attempt the boss, you might miss her. That's sort of the implication here, right? But that's really, really interesting that they're doing it this way. I like it. In this case, it's pretty cool, right? That they, once again, it's sort of this dichotomy of different things and different almost design elements that is present here, right? In this case, they just let you bypass the giant, an enemy that you've already sort of fought multiple times at this point, probably, right? But the things like the lion or that, you know, weird limb-looking thing with the giant sword in the courtyard, those are like not skippable in that sense. Well, I guess most of the knights are skippable if you're clever. You can definitely sneak by a bunch of things in this game. That definitely works. It's just obviously when you know, actually want to clear this whole place, you might not really want that, right? So I'd imagine that if we follow the path downstairs, though, eventually we're gonna unlock the other elevator over here, most likely. I wonder if there could either be like an optional boss in those catacombs. Maybe? Would be quite an interesting choice. Okay. Do I want to engage with you guys? Before I do that, I actually want to... Where was the other place? So if I... Oh, interesting. I think, yeah, you have to jump over here, right, in order to access the rest here? There was one more place here, right? Over there. I'm wondering what those are doing. Where does this even lead? Is there like a place to go back to once you jump down? I mean, there's definitely an item there. I wonder what... How do you, like, get away once you're down there? Oh, you can just jump back up. Okay, that's interesting. I think that's a normal eagle, actually. I swear if this hits the ground. I wonder why the knight is sitting in front of that. Oh, that is so weird as well, right? The fact that flying enemies... Oh, that's bullshit. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Why did that not hit him? Oh, oh man, that is okay. That's definitely an issue. That is definitely a pretty big issue. Nothing to do with my death. I mean, yeah, my issue with that is the way it's designed. So the birds seem to be, well, they're obviously flying animals, but they can't actually fly. I guess their pathing or something must still be connected to the ground somehow, right? So, I mean, you can see that in a couple of ways, right? The way sort of FromSoft designs enemies, or rather the way they work usually, means that they always, like, they have a certain, and I don't even know how it works exactly, right? Because obviously, since there are enemies all over the place, technically you need a mesh, I think that's what it's usually called, that tells the enemies where they can go, right? So that the AI knows what kind of paths it can take and where it can actually walk and where it needs to, maybe go down a ladder or something, right? So that pathing and that whole thing needs to be essentially told to the NPCs, and in this case also the enemies and stuff, right? And obviously with ground-based enemies, that is fairly easy to do, since they can not fly, right? And unless you have, climbing sections or something, the ground-based enemies will essentially just, walk on the ground that's next to them and all that kind of stuff. But with flying enemies, obviously that's a lot more difficult, especially if you want them to fly over structures and that kind of thing, right? So I don't know how it usually works. Now I'm thinking about, I wonder how other games design their flying enemies then. Like dragons in Skyrim, for example, or the griffins in The Witcher. But this very much seems like the flying enemies in this game are still sort of tied down by the same AI logic that the ground-based units follow, right? So while their animations and all that kind of stuff displace them being in the air, and they very much are, their hitboxes as well. But their pathing and the way the AI works, they still can't actually traverse heights or gaps in height if there is no staircase or something, which is kind of funny in a way when you think about it, but obviously in this case definitely highlights an issue, right? Because if I'm doing this and I'm hitting it, then obviously it should just fly over to me and try and hit me rather than stay down here, right? That just doesn't make any sense, obviously. Yeah. Oh well. It's not a big issue, it's just a bit unfortunate because, I guess the thing, or how to avoid this, right? Or how to avoid that the player even notices that, don't build things like this when you have a flying enemy over there, right? I mean, they could have literally just put a staircase here. Would have avoided this whole situation, but for some reason, they didn't do that. Interesting choice once again. What kind of enemy is that? It looks like a knight, doesn't it? But with this, like, long hair or something? Also, what are they doing there? So that's, on the ground, is one of the birds that can spew fire, but it's dead. Why are they both, like, kneeling in front of it? Were they trying to rescue it or something? Who are you? Oh, you're the... Oh, fuck. I swear, the reach on those attacks is ridiculous. Oh, for fuck's sake. And that's pretty ridiculous as well in terms of its reach. What? I overlooked my HP. Shit. The fire is interesting. It's kind of difficult to judge. The problem is, I think, it feels weird when you're fighting the fire, because, well, you're dodge rolling it, right? You're getting iframes, and you're not hit. But you're still in the fire, right? So as soon as your iframes stop, then you're suddenly getting hit. And that's just a weird feeling. I mean, obviously it works correctly. I'm just wondering whether or not it should work like that. Or maybe, maybe fire should ignore your iframes or something to avoid a situation like that. Also, why place the bird next to it? Like, once again, right? These enemies could be really fun if you could fight them on their own, but if you every single time have to deal with other stuff being next to them, it's just boring, honestly. I mean, it's not a big deal, but why? I mean, that makes it even worse, right? If it's not a big deal, then what's the point? I wonder if he's weak to fire, to be honest. Lump of flesh. Once again, what's the point here? I mean, there isn't even really any point of fighting him. very strange. Like, what is he doing there anyway? Oh, for fuck's sake. He just has so many ridiculous follow-up attacks. It's not even funny. Oh, for... Now, I wanted to parry him. Oh. That is... Can you please stop attacking at some point? That's so... There isn't even any point to rolling. God, these guys are ridiculous. Yeah, I feel like you're almost... It's almost impossible to defeat them. Because... There is no point to rolling. That's the main issue. There's literally no point to evading his attacks because it never gives you an opening. He just constantly attacks, right? My attacks don't stagger him, meaning that attacking myself doesn't really give me an advantage. I think, well, overall, the best possible way to deal with them is probably parrying them. I feel like that's most likely sort of the best choice, or rather almost the only choice. I wonder if I could use guard break to deal with him better. Also, maybe if I would change my skill to something that he has as well, something along the lines of, you know, also being able to summon these storms and whatever. Ah well, doesn't really matter. I just go back. Man, these knights are ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, they aren't that ridiculous. It just really, really feels that I'm not fully prepared for them, especially in terms of damage negation. The problem is as well, like, if you're being hit, it's almost impossible to recover. They do quite a lot of damage, right? I wonder what these things drop, actually. What? Oh, well, that was fast. The fuck? How can a pop be even more ridiculous? Oh. I thought that was a ranged attack. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's... Never mind. That's annoying. What the hell? All of these enemies... Oh shit. The elevator's not here. Oops. I almost fell down. All of these enemies are incredibly ridiculous. How are you supposed to deal with this weird spinning attack? I mean, you clearly can't roll through it. I'm pretty sure that would guard break me if I had my shield up. Can't jump away from it. I mean, well... With a bit of luck, you might be able to sort of roll past him. Oh well, I mean, I got the items that were next to them. But this castle is truly kicking my ass, which is something that I'm really not used to in FromSoft games, like, at all. I guess the biggest reason for that is usually, you know, I'm always the type of person who, well, not only am I, like, really, really meticulous in going through levels, but that means that, you know, I'll go back and forth, like, multiple times, which means I gain additional souls, which means I gain additional level ups, maybe, that other people wouldn't get, right? I'm usually pretty healthy in terms of level in these games. And then, well, I mean, I don't know. So far, the other FromSoft games have never really presented too much of a challenge. Yeah, sure, there were definitely bosses. I mean, let's say Sekiro, for example. I definitely took like 3-4 hours to defeat that fire demon at the end, right? The optional boss, the sculptor turns into. So it's definitely not like the case that I'm insanely good at these games and, you know, defeat every enemy with ease. It's not that at all. But overall, I mean, I very, very rarely take more than, I don't know, 10 attempts with a boss. And even if that's the case, you know, in levels, I think I mentioned that before. Usually, because I'm fairly meticulous about how I approach levels, you know, I'm usually never really dying to like ambushes or something. And yeah, I mean, sure, I'm dying to bosses if I'm not used to them, but to normal enemies, not so much, like at all, usually. So it's just very, very strange to me that that's happening here. And once again, I'm still not sure if it's because I'm just severely underleveled for this whole castle, or if I'm just doing something wrong, or I'm really struggling to understand what the problem is here. Also, what the fuck did I just do? Why am I not resting at the site of grace when I'm going here? Fuck. Now I can't go back. This is, by the way, I don't know. I could just warp back, right? Yeah. Completely forgot about that. Okay. Let's rest real quick and take a look at what this whole thing might be about. Although, one thing that I still find weird is that I haven't found the key to that one chamber above the kitchen. Because I feel like at this point I've looked at everything. Even though I've skipped some enemies, I certainly looked at all the available items. So I'm wondering whether or not I just missed it. Like the key. Or whatever. And that's just strange, right? So you enter this level and you just find these normal enemies here that are out in the open world as well, and are really easy to defeat. Huh. Such a strange thing, right? How did people get over there? Well, I guess you have to, right? Oh. Wait. No. I think I confused that with... No, that's just... that's the place where the big dude is in front, right? I can just walk to that when I'm starting at the... Yeah. I can just walk around the corner. I guess you have to jump down from there then? In order to get that item? No, that's actually not true. You can just get the item from there. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Okay. Hi. Probably could have shot it to death while it was lying on the ground. Can you fly up to me? I don't think it can. See? Or maybe it can. No, it can't. Yeah. So the pathing of these enemies as well, even though they're flying enemies, they can't get up here because there is no staircase leading up. Or no other way. Well, that's strange. Oh, whoops. I need to jump down anyways, right? If I want to continue. Well, that's actually quite nice that you can sort of surprise them with a shot and make them stumble, essentially. Okay, so I guess it doesn't matter which one of these paths I take, just that this one has an item at the end. What's the idea of jumping down to that place, though? Oh, you know what? Yeah. Okay. The idea is that you're able to get here without actually finding the sort of hidden path on the outside of the castle. And that's actually pretty cool. Yeah. Once again, I mean, they've clearly done a pretty good job of allowing sort of multiple ways of how you can find your way forward, which is definitely really, really cool. I definitely appreciate that. Although I'm still like struggling to see sort of what the intended strength for a couple of sections is. What is this place down here? So they threw like old statues down here? Why would they do that? I mean, this clearly usually probably was some sort of what is it called? Canalization? Well, an area for, you know, their excrements and whatnot. Well, these are all the statues that we find throughout the castle anyways, right? Just in this case, I mean, well, even the statues in the castle have mostly been defaced to some degree. You know, either their arms have been cut off or they're missing heads or whatever. I guess they have started actually throwing the destroyed statues down here. It's just interesting since most of the other statues are still, you know, up in the castle. Can definitely hear something. I think there's like a bigger rat there. At least that's what it looks like. Right? That guy? Oh! Yeah, that's a neat animation. I almost feel... Oh! Ooh, that was a bit too close. What the... Why was it rolling backwards? Huh. I almost felt bad for her. Like, her animations made it seem like she was sort of, you know, not really capable of doing anything. She was a bit too fat or whatever. Okay, well, this is definitely the cave that we've seen multiple times from above. Where's the sound coming from, though? It's a scarab, right? Just can't make out where it is. Oh, there it is. Poison bloom. I think that's the first time we got that. Yeah. Flower that grows in toxic terrain. Dripping with a deep green poisonous liquid. Ew. That looks different. Wait, is that a blue one to replenish your FP flask? Might be, huh? Can I get to it from here? Can. Oh, it's actually quite strong. Rancor Call. What is that? Oh, oops. That looked like a sorcery or something. It is! My first sorcery, finally! Although I have no way of actually summoning it. Wait, what does it require? 16 intelligence, 14 faith. I'm actually even able to do it. Shit, now I just need something to actually call forth sorceries. Also, it looks awesome. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Rancor Call. Summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Charging enhances potency. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. Okay, so there are necromancers in this game as well. Necromancer Garrus. I don't think we've, once again, yet another new name. Rediscovered Rancor Call. Ancient Death Hex. Well, I mean, that is certainly an interesting discovery. Yeah, now I just need to find some way of actually summoning it. Wait, where did it come from? This way, right? Yeah. Still something in here? I don't think so. I should probably look at my, look at the ceiling more often, to be honest. Because that sometimes also holds, well, enemies like the bad creatures from earlier, right? What an interesting place. Also, yeah, I just remembered, the way to get to this place, we actually had a developer message, right? Whatever we're looking for might be close by. I wonder why they placed that message there. It seems a bit random. And this very much looks like an optional boss fight. Yeah. Tough decision, huh? I mean, it's not exactly difficult to get here, so whatever this is, I don't know. How many runes have I currently? 1,400? I mean, it's not that much, huh? I mean, it's always hard to tell how tough these opponents actually are. So, I mean, I can heal once, right? Yeah, I mean, I want to at least attempt it, to be honest. I want to see what's down here. The imagery is interesting. So there's a bunch of skeletons down here. But what does that mean exactly? Because, I mean, they're using... They have a... They clearly have a site of death already, right? Near the kitchen. Where they collect bodies to use as... or to use their limbs on these weird spider crab creatures that they're coming up with. I wonder... I mean, whatever remain. Maybe that's what gets thrown in here. Although there are clearly also skeletons on, like, boats and stuff. Which is... oftentimes associated with like ritual, so that's how, isn't that how the Vikings essentially did funerals? they would put a body on a boat and send it out to sea and then hit the boat with a fire arrow in order to burn it down. And essentially, the body gets, the ashes of the body will be strewn across the ocean. That kind of looks like that, right? Just that the boat obviously hasn't burned down. I wonder how strong this boss is. I wonder if we can summon here. Usually you can, right? Let's just see what happens. Whoa! What the fuck is that? Okay. Was it just clipping through the wall? What is that even? How much? That thing has like 10,000 HP or something. Why can it... What? Was that actual fire? Oh. What's happening here? Why is it constantly like going into the wall? Is that on purpose? Well, I mean... Fire seems to be somewhat effective against it. Why did that hit me? That was weird. What is that even supposed to be? It's some sort of weird root-like toxic dragon or something? But was he even spewing fire? That almost looked like holy flames or something. How does that work? Huh. I mean, I could just go back down and collect whatever item that was at the bottom, right? I mean, he seemed weird, to be completely honest. I'm going to take a short break, and when I come back, we'll talk about this for a second, and then we'll move on probably to something else. Well, I can actually just keep it on this screen. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Well, so, just a couple of words on that weird boss down there. First of all, I think it's really weird that it's not an actual boss, but just, I don't know, the game seems incredibly inconsistent about that. Why do these overworld dungeons, or not overworld dungeons, but the dungeons that you can reach from the open world, right? They always have bosses in them, and a couple of the bosses that I fought in them are clearly way easier than a lot of the normal enemies here in this castle. Now that in and of itself, is fine, because obviously enemies do get tougher throughout the game, and I definitely feel like I ventured into this castle way too early. That being said, I think it's still weird to me. I feel like that should be, ultimately it doesn't make a difference, right? Whether or not that thing has a boss health bar or a normal health bar. But even from like a UI perspective, because it's such a large worm-like thing, it's hard to keep track of. The fact that it also clips into the walls the entire time, which is just Why? Why does this thing clip into the walls? Such a weird decision. I mean, and there's even an easy fix to that. Make the wall. I mean, it's essentially coming out of the ground, but the ground is not castle walls. The ground is mud, right? Implication being it's some sort of weird mud worm, right? The walls on either side are not mud. They're castle walls made out of bricks. So it makes no sense whatsoever that it would clip into those walls. The solution, just make the walls look like mud as well. What a weird oversight, right? And then I also think I could probably do that fight right now because you can just literally tank your way through it. Most of its attacks seem to be fairly slow overall. So even if it completely drains your stamina, you don't take damage, right? It doesn't, like, if it overkills your shield stamina, essentially, you still don't take damage. The next hit would, but not that particular hit. And it looked like, so the reason why I was, I think, hit when I died is because instead of shielding, I rolled. And I think his, like, spinny attack, well, it does hit you twice, and it hits you, the second hit comes exactly when your iframes were off from your dodge roll, which is kind of a bullshit move in and of itself, but, you know, if I don't roll and just tank the hits and then hit him in between, I think I could actually kill it. The reason why I don't want to do that is because it would probably take like 15 minutes with the amount of HP that it has. I mean, that thing literally, I'm doing like one hit of mine was doing like what, 80 damage or something? And that thing had like 10,000 HP, judging by its health bar anyway. I think my fire was actually doing 170 damage or something to him, so clearly fire might be a good idea, but yeah, not with that much HP. That is just annoying. Especially with how it's flailing around, there's just a way too high of a chance that you might actually die. Also, weirdly enough, they don't let you summon spirits down there for whatever reason. Maybe it's because that thing, the way it works, the spirits or the AI wouldn't really, you know, that would probably just be chaos. Although, I mean, not that it's not chaos in other fights, right? So, yeah, kind of confused as to why they would do it this way. Just overall, very, very weird thing. Yeah, weirdest thing probably that it's just not a boss, which has the same problems that, you know, I've already done. I mean, I skipped the giant in front of Godrick's boss door. I skipped the knight that's close to it. I skipped the giant pot, right? I'm just constantly running around the enemies and collecting the items that they're supposedly protecting, which, you know, it just doesn't really feel that great. I mean, obviously I could go back and just sort of, for an optional challenge, try and fight these enemies, but there's no real meaning to that, right? It would just be for my own ego, which feels stupid, to be quite honest. And that seems similar with that enemy down there, because I think there were like only 3 or 4 items in that room at all. And I picked 2 of them up already. So I could literally probably just go back, grab the 2 items that I'm still missing. One of them seemed to be some sort of key item or rare item, and then come back up and or die, and that would be it, right? So that's, like, what a weird choice. I will keep it here, though. Maybe this thing is actually a great reason to return to the castle one day. Yeah. So I think it's actually time for Godrick. Let's see if we can do anything there, or if that thing's going to kick our ass as well. I mean, judging by how strong Margit was, I'd imagine that this boss is probably even tougher. And, but yeah, that's certainly going to be a problem. I will most likely be able to summon these. I probably want to unequip the torch. The crossbow I'll keep. Probably don't need these. Let's equip these ones. I I don't know what other items I might want to take. Fire pots might be a good idea, right? Can I craft them? Yeah. Because the holy pots, I don't know, they are kind of weird. Throw at enemies to inflict holy damage. Highly effective against those who live in death, even preventing them from rising again. You would think that would be applicable to a lot of enemies here, right? But yeah, in general, this seems to be somewhat of a good setup. The Kukris, you know, if I'm close to killing it, and although I have the bolts as well, healing obviously, cracked pots, spirit summon. So first of all, I just want to enter the room in general. I just want to see what this fight is about, what the enemy is, all that kind of stuff. And then I think, depending, yeah, since she talked about it, I think I'm going to summon her again. But I want to see the fight first. The area looks awesome.
Mighty dragon, thou the true-born heir.
What?
Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well.
Hello.
Plain as a lord. I command thee.
Hello.
I am the lord of all that is golden.
So he definitely also, Godrick the Grafted, he definitely also has all of these. I mean, I guess I can summon them already. Okay. Once again, he just has an insane health pool. Although, it's not that bad, actually. Oh, well, that's bullshit. Well, interesting. Seems very similar in terms of how he attacks to Margit overall. Well, my spirits didn't do that much, did they? I wonder if I should take different ones in this case. I mean, yeah, his HP pool, same thing, right? He just has an insane HP pool. Just weird. His attacks are very, very similar to Margit's in that he has like a bunch of sort of gotcha attacks, like the one with where he put his axe into the ground. And there is like what is it called? Like a second earthquake after it. He hits pretty hard, which I kind of expected. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's just try it with the summon together. I mean, with a couple of attempts, I should probably be able to do it. Just like Margit, it feels like I can definitely brute force my way through this. Yeah, it's just once again a bit weird that that's possible. Also, let's actually try a cracked pot this time. The fuck? Okay. What is that? Are you kidding me? Oh, she has some sort of thunder attack. Interesting. The fuck is that? Ah, never mind. I don't think I'm actually able to, like, brute force my way here. I think. Okay. I did not expect an actual cutscene mid-fight. Did he just rip off one of the okay. Hello. I surely hope he doesn't play this cutscene every time.
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
How does that work? Ugh. Okay. Oh, oops. Oh, he has flame things now. Quite a lot of them. Ah, fuck. Let's see. Oh, he grabbed the other... You see, what the... Huh? Why did those flames hit me? Nope. Oh, he grabbed her again. What is that? What? What the fuck? Is he just invincible while he's grabbing her? What kind of bullshit is that? All of these attacks that hit like 1,000,000 times, right? Oh well, now I'm dead. Great Godfrey, didst thou witness? Well... I wonder what he does with the dragon there. I mean, well, obviously he's grafting it, but... First of all, how did the dragon get there? I guess he wanted to have it in order to be able to get its strength. Why is he calling it the Trueborn Heir, though? Very interesting. Huh. Well. I mean... It's sort of the same as with Margit, right? I can definitely, more or less, try and tank my way and brute force my way through it. After a couple of attempts, depending, right, might take me an hour, might take me 2, whatever. I might be able to defeat him. But not really me, but rather, you know, me and the NPCs. So the fire pot's definitely not useful against him. Obviously, he's spewing fire himself. I don't know if I might take another I don't know if the wolves are better. No idea. They might deal more damage or something. And I can try a couple of things. Hitting him from a distance doesn't really seem like a good idea at all. I can still keep the cool craze, obviously. I don't think that I necessarily need FP either, so I might change this to another normal flask for this fight. Honestly, I'm debating with myself whether or not I should just go out into the open world, actually get stronger before I sort of brute force my way through this castle. I honestly don't really know what to make of this, to be quite honest. I mean, it's almost the same as with all of the enemies that you fight here. They have all really interesting attacks, really challenging attacks as well. But not only is it very, very hard to actually get any sort of chance at learning what they're doing, but also they... By the way, let me change to this as well. I could potentially... I mean, if the warrior's using lightning, I could potentially use this. I don't know if I want to waste it on this fight, though. Let's equip it. I don't know. It's sort of a weird situation, right? Knowing that you can probably get through this fight, but not really on your own. Just summoning all of that stuff in. And ultimately, yeah, as I said, brute forcing your way through, right? I don't know. What a weird decision to have to make. The second phase is weird. I think it's once again, why do they let you summon a cooperator when their boss design isn't like made for that? What I mean by that is in the second phase he has this grab attack, right? I think he grabbed her like 2 or 3 times. And at least during one time he was just invincible while he was doing it, right? I just couldn't hit him. Which, like, why? I mean, either make him not use that when you summon a cooperator, or not make him invincible, or make that attack go by quicker, so that you can't get in too many hits while he's doing it. It's just... what a weird thing. I just can't quite get behind what they were thinking here. I mean, if you fight him on your own, that's probably a altogether different story, but that's sort of the problem, right? The game, way, way more even than the FromSoft games in the past, I feel like, very much highlights cooperation, right? I mean, these summoning pools are literally specific statues that exist within this world, right? The summoning, or in order to make summon signs appear, that item is craftable as well. And not even hard to get. So, you know, why do that, but then at the same time seemingly integrate mechanics here that just, you know, aren't that, or have struggle keeping up with these things. Same for the fire, by the way. There was definitely something weird going on with that one fire attack that he did, where he sort of targets the ground before him, but somehow a little bit of fire also came sort of through his backside, but the second time he did it, it actually didn't. Maybe I was just sort of standing awkwardly at a side or something that I still got hit, but it was definitely a very, very like weird thing. Let's just try it a couple more times. I just want to see, you know, overall a bit more about this fight, a bit more how it goes. And yeah, that's... You saw that? His hitbox sort of got stuck on me. Instead of me being able to... Okay, never mind. Yeah. I don't think the wolves are a particularly good idea. Oh yeah, just kidding me. That was a bad attempt. The problems with the wolf is that the wolves are just... They're always standing way too close to the boss, right? And their attacks don't really do all that much. I mean, I can just try a couple of things here. So against Margit, I think I summoned actually these guys, didn't I? See how that does. Maybe we can just, you know, try a couple of things here. Overall, I think his health pool is definitely even higher than that of... Or, although, nah, maybe they're pretty similar. The thing with Margit is that his attacks, while being fairly difficult to read, I felt like they were still somewhat, you know, well, not easy, but, you know, it wasn't too hard to dodge them. The problem here is that he has a lot of attacks that either spin or slash around his entire body, or have some sort of AoE effect around him. Mostly that Storm Stomp that the Knights are also using. That's pretty hard to deal with. And, yeah, there's just a bunch of stuff that's quite hard to deal with. Okay. Why did that hit me? I was rolling. It literally hit me inside of my roll. Oh, fuck. I forgot about... Completely forgot about the second hit. Yeah, I mean, those AoE attacks make most of my spirit summons fairly useless, right? Because they all just die immediately, pretty much. I wonder if the jellyfish is actually pretty beneficial in this case. Although I don't know... they do hit from range, right? I wonder if it actually deals a lot of damage to him when it gets poison on him. Illuminate surroundings. Will bravely spew poison at foes on her summoner's behalf. The description is way too cute to actually summon it into battle, but whatever. You know what? I'm honestly close to just going back into the open world, because I honestly felt like I was just sort of, as I said multiple times now, brute forcing my way through Margit. And while this whole castle is definitely incredibly interesting, and I like that I have explored it, what is he doing? That was literally like a 6-hit combo or something. Oh, does that even, like... Fuck. There's so many, like, weird hits that he does that you just don't really think are still coming out. Is he poisoned? I think he is, right? Okay, at least you can skip the cutscene. So that's good. How did that... what? How the fuck are you supposed to evade that? Certainly not by dodge rolling through it. Oh, what is that? Suddenly that attack has way more of a, like... What a weird thing. Why? Why did that hit me? I rolled at the exact same time that I rolled before. Oh, the jellyfish is, by the way, definitely the way to go. He has so many weird attacks, I swear. You know what? I'm really not a fan of what they did here with all of the follow-up combo attacks. It's just way too much. The attacks in and of itself are fine, but the fact that they can literally do like 6-7 hit combo attacks, that's just overkill. And I really think that I wouldn't say that it destroys the pacing of the fight or something, but it's just kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, it is fairly unusual for FromSoft. Maybe I'm just not used to it. Or am I missing something in terms of being able to stop them from comboing so much? That's sort of the one thing that I'm wondering. Because I don't think that you're actually meant to literally dodge roll 6 times back to back just to evade everything that he does, which you would have to do. Like, I'm having an easier time here because I have a cooperator with me, but if I would do that on my own, I'd literally have to dodge roll like 6 times back to back in order to evade his attacks. I don't think that's the intended way of doing it, but I also don't think if I now try and parry him that will get me that far, to be completely honest. Also, that's kind of hard to see whether or not he actually uses the storm attack. Stop attacking my jellyfish, please. Why did that hit me? I'm really not quite sure. The weird thing is that his weird storm seems to ignore. Can you please hit him? Why is he so focused on the jellyfish this time? Oh, wait, huh? How did that happen? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Now the jellyfish is dead. Look at that, that's ridiculous how many attacks come out there. Wait! Now he's suddenly still attacking during the... Wait, what is... How are you meant to evade that? What? So many weird attacks. Holy shit, okay. Oh, that's her. What? I don't get it. The hitboxes of his attacks are incredibly... Well, no, they're actually not inconsistent, they're just weird. A lot of his attacks sort of hit even when you're standing sort of slightly behind him. And I'm just confused. How are you... So you can't dodge roll out of his wind attack. It just doesn't happen. You always get damaged. Well, what's the idea behind it then, though? How are you meant to deal with that? if you always take damage? It doesn't seem right. And then same thing when he teleports into the middle of the arena when he transforms. And then does this huge fire sweep that you can't roll through. It'll hit you anyway. If I just guard with my shield, I'll still take damage. Huh. That's just weird. It is just weird. I don't know. I hate that there is a cutscene on this fight. Why? That is probably one of the worst parts about Sekiro. The fact that the fights have cutscenes in them. It's just completely unnecessary. Also, yeah, why did he suddenly attack my jellyfish so much? Same thing with this attack, right? What's the deal here? Are you meant to just tank that with your shield, or... See, that's what I mean. His attack hadn't even started, and yet it was still doing damage behind him. And I'm really confused as to how you're supposedly... Oh, can you please stop hitting him? Oh, so... okay. When he screams, he's always hitting in front of him one more time. That is such a bullshit reach, I swear. See, what is this? And then his weird breath is just hitting like through his knees or something. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you please do this? Stop doing these awkward turns. Oh, for fuck's sake. His second attack didn't even come out. I think I took 2 hits from the same attack for some reason. A lot of his attacks for some reason just hit behind him as well. That is so weird. It honestly feels like they didn't even test how this fight would play out with a cooperator. And the thing here is, right, obviously once you know that, it's fine. In a way, right? If you know, alright, these attacks hit behind him even though it doesn't look like they would, then you can sort of go, okay, now I know that and I can play around it. It just doesn't feel like that was properly tested, honestly. And I know, it's always hard to tell these things while you're sort of in the heat of the moment. And yeah, you can definitely play around it. That's not the issue. It's just... either make these attacks... I mean, his weird... Well, the fire breath that he does definitely has sort of animation of the fire going through him. I guess it's just really unexpected that something like that would happen at all. I mean, one thing, and I said that with Margit as well, the problem is just if you're doing these fights in co-op, it's very, very hard to tell how the attacks actually work, right? When they hit specifically, the specific dodge timings, all that kind of stuff. It's really, really hard to tell when you're together with a cooperator, just because the fights, to a degree, are not really designed to handle that, I feel like. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, in that case, at least it does show you, right? Also, it feels like the wind-up, so when he does his wind stuff for the first time, did he just... what? Why did I still take damage from that? I guess it's also magical? Yeah, but when he does his... when he does that, right, his wind wind up, whatever. I thought that attack had like a... oh, for fuck's sake. How much HP does he have? I feel like around probably 18,000 or something. Which, once again, just completely ridiculous. Why is the jellyfish in the middle all of a sudden? Oh no. Oh. Huh? I would have laughed if that just one-shot me. Well, I mean, my warrior lady also got kind of unlucky this time, I feel like. What is that wind-up? This is just ridiculous. His wind attack is just completely confusing to me. I don't get his wind attack, like his wind stomp or whatever. How are you supposed to deal with that? I mean, I can shield it, right? I can, like, if I hold up my shield, I can tank the 2 hits with enough stamina and then roll out. Yes, that does work, but especially if you're rolling out, he then follows it up. So he does one stomp, another stomp, a third stomp, then starts rolling and does a sort of jump attack into another whirlwind or something like that. Just completely ridiculous. And I feel like there has to be some way to stop that, right? I feel like, because, well, the stomp attack, when you just continue attacking him or do, well, whatever to him, you just take damage. Yeah, you can shield it, but beyond that, it doesn't seem like you can really do anything once you start doing it. I wonder how that is supposed to work. Well, the problem is, again, as I said, I'm always saying the same thing, right? Again, as I said, whatever. But yeah, I can brute force my way through this. But the problem with that is that it'll be random, right? So in the attempt before, I personally made a couple of mistakes where I should have just waited for him to finish his combos, right? And so it's random in the sense that I pretty much have to make sure that, or not have to make sure, I can't really do anything about that. It depends on who he decides to attack, and also how the warrior cooperator lady decides to attack, right? And depending on the attacks that come out, so in the not in the last try, but in the try before that, we were down to like I think a quarter of his health, maybe 30%, and my cooperator still had life left over. I was the one who died in that case, right? So I feel like pretty much the same thing with Margit. I can get lucky, right? If I can get like a lucky run where my cooperator doesn't die early, doesn't lose too much health, then there's a real chance of killing him. Question obviously being, do I want that, right? Or do I want to return later on when I can actually deal damage to him on my own? I mean, I'll probably still summon. I don't know. So far, the boss design, at least of the two main bosses, Margit and him. Well, first of all, both of them are fairly similar. Sure, he has his like wind stomp and the dragon head, but that's not too different from the hammer. Actually, I think Margit's design was actually even better to an extent. I really, really like the summoned weapons, right? The sword, dagger, hammer. That honestly looked pretty cool. Yeah. So I wonder if I should actually leave this be. I mean, I've explored pretty much the entire castle. I feel like if I want to do something else, this would probably be the best moment to do so. Right? Just go out into the larger world and get stronger, fight a couple of other enemies, just take a look at what this game has to offer beyond this castle, and then return. I do think I'm going to do that. That'll also give me an actual incentive to come back here. Not only the weird toxic worm in the catacombs down below the castle, but that'll give me an actual tangible reason to return here. And I feel like that would actually be pretty great to come back here, go through it once again, especially considering I am still missing, well, that one door, for example, where I'm missing the key. I do think that we that I just missed the key. It has to be somewhere in here, right? Yeah. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because I can attempt this boss a couple of times, right? So if I start learning his timings better, I start learning the second phase better, I can definitely get through this, right? Obviously, that's always, like, the more you learn, the easier it is. But also, over time, with each attempt that I do, there will come one attempt where, just by sheer luck, the cooperator lady will take less damage, right? He'll take more damage through poison or whatever, and we'll defeat him. And that honestly feels kind of boring, considering I did the same thing to Margit already. So, yeah, I mean, it is somewhat disappointing because it always feels bad if you sort of turn your back on a boss, right? Instead of actually fighting it, you just say, no, not doing this right now, and go somewhere else. I have a very, very, my gut feeling is telling me that they didn't even want me to go into this castle in the first place. I think the way Margit is designed, especially his health pool, clearly is a very, very big indicator that they want you to fight him only once you've actually gotten stronger and, found more things to make the fight easier. That seems very clearly the case because even compared to other FromSoft games, it's not the design of the boss itself or the attack patterns or whatever, even though, yes, they went a little bit overboard in terms of combo attacks, I feel like. Because that's kind of unnecessary. It doesn't really... Well, yeah, it somewhat does make the fight more challenging, but at the same time, that challenge, again, a bit artificial, and, well, ultimately what it really does is it requires you to roll a couple more times. Ooh, big deal, right? I mean, there has to be a way to also break these attacks, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. If you have to wait for a 6-part combo to finish every single time, that honestly does feel like fairly bad design. So I think you can probably parry them or do whatever to actually stagger the boss, or there clearly has to be something that you can do. Otherwise, that would be a bit ridiculous. But yeah, it does feel like Stormvale is sort of, I don't know. I honestly don't know what it's supposed to be, because isn't this sort of the first area? Am I missing something here? Because, I mean, here in the south, this thing is pointing me somewhere else. But wouldn't that mean that there is yet another demigod that has a part of the Elden Ring down here? So doesn't this mean that this area is even harder? So I guess in that case, the only place I can really go, or the place that would make sense to go, would be this area, right, to the east. That might be it. Because otherwise, I don't feel like I've actually missed that much here. Quite honestly, I mean, there was something here that I might have missed. I cleared out these things. Obviously, these boss fights are also fairly tough. That's always the thing that really confused me. Because, again, Margit and Godrick in this way as well, they both seem to be balanced in a way where you're supposed to do a large part of the open world before attempting them. But then the open world itself also throws bosses like the dragon at you. And the dragon's clearly a lot tougher and harder than the bosses in these caves. So yet again, that's just weird. Well, what does that mean? I think I am actually taking a break from Stormvale. I mean, we pretty much found all of the secrets in Stormvale. At least, well, the 2 purple items that I haven't picked up yet. At least I know where they are. And I can come back to them. And then, well, a couple of enemies still need to be killed. But other than that, it seems fine. Let's go here. I honestly, at this point, I actually need a break from Stormvale. I feel like at a certain point you just need that. I need to go venture out into the open world. Let me actually allocate my flasks back to 1 FP. Okay. And then let's equip the torch again. This is fine. Let's swap this back to this one. Don't need this. And the summon, probably this one for the time being. The Kukris I can keep. And then maybe the pots. I wonder what kind of target I should set for myself. If I should go for like level 40, for example, to attempt Stormvale again. I wonder if that's the right decision. The problem is, what is 40 really giving me? 40 seems fairly high, actually, but I don't think it would actually give me that much more in terms of attack power, really. I mean, I could also always summon a human cooperator, right? That's always an option as well. Maybe. Man, honestly, it feels weird. It feels weird turning your back on a boss. I really don't like doing it, but at the same time, I also want to have fun while playing this game. Not that I didn't have fun in Stormvale. I most certainly did. The place is awesome. But yeah, it can get frustrating if you're losing over and over again without really a clear sort of chance at winning, right? Again, the winning chance was definitely there. It would have just been random. It would have come down to randomness in a way. And I just don't like that. What am I looking for here specifically? I don't think although, wait. Yeah. If I allocated charges like that, I should probably also put the flask into my quick access. Alright, so last time I saw this place up on this hill, which seemed to have quite a few soldiers in it. Maybe an approach from this direction would actually be the best choice, now that I'm looking at it. There were definitely a couple of soldiers there. So the next target... Oh! The next target is actually to get 6,000 runes to buy that Black Flame sorcery. What? The fuck? Yeah, thank you. Can you please let me summon? What's your deal? Really? Is that a, like, ground bear? Why? How is he hiding, like, inside the ground? It's a fucking next enemy with a huge HP pool. Are you kidding me? Also, he's literally... So the reason I can summon my spirits here is because of this bear. But then he's just jumping outside of the spirit summoning range. Or whatever. Whoa. That looks brutal. Weird. The last hit just doesn't damage you. Oh, for fuck's sake. A lot of enemies actually have attacks like that where they sort of turn during the animation. See? Like he's like turning around in like in an insane way. Oh, for fuck's sake. Larval Tier. God, I hate the fact that they can, like, disappear like that. Well, I didn't expect that. Where the fuck did he come from? What is it with this game and huge enemies apparently hiding in the ground? That doesn't even make logical sense. If he would have hit in the ground like a bear that huge, there would be a huge crater here right now. What's the deal with that? They could have just placed him here. I mean, sure, this way he's surprising you, but wow. So what? Okay, what does he drop? This thing. Core of a creature of mimicry known as the Silver Tear. As much a substance as it is a living organism. Material required by the ember egg cradled by Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, to birth people anew. Being born anew allows the reallocation. Oh, okay. Allows the reallocation of attributes boosted by leveling up. Okay. So this is the item to reallocate your stat points. Is basically it. Who the fuck is Renala? Wait, do I know that name? Renala? Have we met her before? Renala? Don't even remember the name. Renala. I thought I might have heard it at some point. Maybe not. Weird. Why are there a million different names here? Why does nothing connect? Creatures mimicry. Ember Egg. So Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. I feel like I've heard that name. You know what, at this point, it might actually be a good idea to make a mind map out of this game. There's just so many weird people. Cradled an Ember Egg. Ember Egg to birth people anew. Okay. Well, that's underwhelming. What am I supposed to do with that? I'm literally level 32, not 90. Those items were always already pretty disappointing for me personally in Dark Souls 2. I'm not against these items existing at all. I think the fact that they do is actually pretty cool. The problem that I have with them is if you get them as loot, it's just very disappointing. He's already dead. Right? I mean, like, when you get them as loot, I don't know, you defeat this huge bear, right? And think, oh, cool, now I get something, like, really, really special. And then, well, he drops this. And you kind of go, oh, cool, I guess. Right? I mean, I wish that they... What's wrong with you? Who was that? Is that the guy all the way on the top? Yeah, it was. Can I shoot him from here? Can. Oop. I was shooting though. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Is that not hitting him? Oh, it is. Nice. Yeah, it's just... I wish they would have dropped something different, honestly. Let's kill these guys first. Bye. How do I want to deal with that guy? You think that on the... I think that's another sorcerer? That guy? He looks like one, doesn't he? For what? Bye-bye. Oh shit, that's not that. Why like... Fuck, why are you suddenly attacking? Oh shit. Brutal. He really couldn't decide whether or not he wanted to attack for a very long time. I do want to equip these as well. You think that I can actually potentially farm these sorcerers for their for their staffs. That would be kind of cool, right? If that would be a thing. Ooh, what is this? Wait, is this some kind of trap? It is. Wow, that is awesome. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever that it's put at this place, but it's cool. Oh shit, I alerted everybody. They're just kind of confused as to what they're supposed to do now. Great Epee. Epee? Old aristocrat cowl. Okay. Well, I mean, let's go through this area first, right? Before I ultimately take a look at all these items. The problem is, although, well, the site of grace isn't actually that far away, so maybe. Maybe it's actually not that bad of an idea to try and farm these guys. But the biggest problem would probably be that I'd have to... I don't know. Brass shield. Oh, that looks awesome. I don't know how long these item discovery items last, right? That's the biggest issue. So I wouldn't necessarily know if I would be able to get to the sorceress quickly enough. I mean, I can hit them from a distance, so technically through that I might be able to do it. Don't know if it necessarily counts them right away. I wonder if the boss at that Ever Jail is easier than the other one. The other one had a huge HP pool as well, sadly. Wait, where did this guy even die? Guess he must have fallen down. Man, I really don't like the fact that the spirits always have this, have the range to them. Royal House Scroll. What the hell does that mean? Oh, this looks awesome. Well, wait. I mean, there isn't even... that's interesting. So, towards the south, the world doesn't seem to be that much bigger. It seems to stretch on more towards the north and east. Ew, what the fuck is that? Why does that, like, mountainside over there look like a dead giant or something? Also, I wonder if these trees give you something special when you approach them. There's a castle over there that we might want to go to. Maybe I should actually explore the south here. I wonder why this points to that place, though. But yeah, it's a bit annoying with the whole spirits, especially when you then start looting a place, right? You never know. For example, I now don't 100% know whether or not I killed all the enemies here, right? So I kind of want to keep my spirits close, and don't want them to disappear, but at the same time I also want to kind of look around and see if there's other loot somewhere, like this thing for example. And you always run the risk of them disappearing because, as you can see, now I'm running out of the zone of summoning. But I want to grab that loot. This is such a dumb way of dealing with this. I'm sorry, but they really didn't think this through properly. But wait, these shards. I wonder if they respawn from time to time on these sundials. This is literally the exact same sundial that I already found, right? Also, as always, the most beautiful colors are at this time of day. Yeah, I wonder if they respawn, actually. These sundial things. Okay, let's take a look at everything that I got. There was definitely a couple of things here. Gradually recover FP. Let's see. So I already read that. Give to a learned sorcerer to acquire new sorceries. Royal House Scroll. Sorcery Scroll of the Carian Royal Family, the heads of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. I think we heard that at one point, right? Raya Lucaria. I'm going to write it down again, but I think we already heard that. Lucaria Academy. The Carian royal family, led by the Carian royal family. Okay. Glintblade Phalanx and Carian Slicer. Okay. Problem is, I haven't found a sorcerer yet so far. Why is it always... That's the same in Dark Souls. Or not... Was it Dark Souls? Well, I think I found the sorcerer in Dark Souls fairly quickly. But that is a bit of an annoyance, right? I mean, I do think that there is a chance that the dudes here who shoot those soul arrow-like things at you... I mean, they must have a potential for actually dropping their staff, right? So that would be a cool way of getting it. What else did I find? Wasn't there some... Oh yeah, the shield. Wow, that looks awesome. Look at that design. On the larger side of a medium-sized shield, the face has been covered in brass, commonly employed in the shattering. The brass shield? What does that mean? I thought... Wait, wasn't... That is weird. So, the, I always thought of the Shattering as some cataclysmic event, right? Almost, at least. And the intro cutscene made it seem as if the war that I think followed it, the Great War or something, it definitely had a specific name. I don't think that it necessarily referred to like the same thing. That the Shattering and the Great War are sort of synonyms for one another. But this seems to suggest, well, commonly employed in the Shattering. Weird, isn't it? Brass shield. The design is incredible. I wonder if that's supposed to be a snake in the middle? Could be a sea snake of some sort? Because of the sort of tail being feather-like? Could be some representation of a flower. If you look at the top part of the shield, right? Those seem to be plants that, you know, look similar to the ones we already found. 16 strength, 100% physical damage negation. It looks awesome. It doesn't really fit the aesthetic of my character, though, right? If I'm an assassin and I crawl through the shadows, having a brass shield seems a bit of an overkill then. The thing is, I don't parry that often, so it would be a cool opportunity to have a shield that has 100% physical damage negation and also allows you to freely use your weapons skill. Might be something for the future, I don't know. I'm definitely gonna keep it. The shields so far have been awesome. They all look absolutely phenomenal. Okay. Well, that's this place done. Yeah, I wonder if I should try and move that direction. So, in order to uncover this part of the map, we had to get here to the Gatefront Ruins. I wonder if we head on along this path and maybe get to wherever these paths all lead, if we could uncover the next part of the map. That's quite the far journey, though, so... We might be... Oh, right. So this seems to be a fairly, like, small island, though. So maybe I should actually go here first and check out if I can uncover this part of the map. I do want to take a look at whether or not there are other items here, though. Maybe I could have missed something. So this entire station, right? This entire sort of thing here seems to have been built in order to take a look at the ruins and what they might hold for you. Now I'm actually kind of confused about the huge bear. Was that like a random encounter of some sort, or is that actually supposed to be there all the time? I mean, I guess I want to sort of go along the coast and then this way, I think. I'm sorry, my poor dudes. Yay, these bones. I hate that they don't drop them 100%. I feel like that is a bit unnecessary, because it honestly doesn't feel that great killing these things for pleasure, right? I mean, I'm not killing them for pleasure, I'm killing them for loot, but still, you know, this game makes you kill these things a bit too much, for my opinion. Oh, that was a quick rain. One of those tentacle things down there. Oh, what is that? Some kind of graveyard? You think that's another dungeon? Like smaller dungeon? Maybe... Should I try go in there? It's a pretty large drop though. I would have to go... It's actually hard to tell where I would have to go. Oh, is that fog? That looked... Well, kind of awkward and kind of cool at the same time. That the fog is not some sort of overlaid effect, but actually something that physically sort of engulfs the world. See flowers like these, right? That are sort of bent at the top, or look like that anyway. That's what the things on the brass shield look like. It's kind of awesome that they not only are these gravestones that are sort of awkwardly sticking out, they're a cool design element, right? First and foremost, but they utilize them at the same time to allow you to jump down without being damaged. Which is really cool that they have this double effect. Let's actually check out this place. I want to know what it is. I don't want to go further east than this, though. Why? What? What's wrong with the music there? Huh? Does he not know how to get to me? Weird. Thought he would come running around. Golden Rune 4. I do wish there would be... Oh, I honestly thought there would have been like a cave entrance here or something. Currently not. I do wish there would be like a bigger or a better way to tell when sort of the environment is above your level. I mean, maybe it's great that that there isn't. Somewhat weird at the same time, though. What's the implication here now? Collecting these runes? So I'm essentially collecting their last sort of thoughts and stuff from these dead people here. Where did he go? Is he afraid of me? Oh no, he's just confused. I think he somehow lost sight of me or something? Huh. Well, that's... I mean, it's an interesting place. I honestly thought there was an entrance to something. Interesting that there wasn't. Why are there so many wolves here anyway? Is that specifically because it's night now, or is that just because they're always here? These weird penguin birds. I'm so sorry about that. Flight pinion. 4-toed foul foot. Is that a crafting material, or is that something you can immediately use? No, it's a crafting thing. In the lands between, having 3 digits is seen as a bad omen. As such, the 4-toed fowl's foot is a gift of great luck indeed. So what does that imply? These birds usually have 3 fingers on their feet, but or 3 toes, whatever. But sometimes they have 4. Having 3 digits is weird though, right? It's a weird description. Instead of saying the number 3, four-toed foot, sign of luck. So are they usually 3-toed? Question mark. Because that would be... I mean, it's somewhat similar, at least, to... What are they called? Clover leaves, I think? That can also have, like, or commonly have 3 leaves, but can have 4. And that's considered a sign of luck. Good luck. I I mean, with plants, that's one thing. With animals? Very, very interesting that they come with apparently 4 toes from time to time. No, fuck. It's annoying. This world does seem to have large stretches of, I don't want to say nothing, but certainly very empty parts in it, which is not a bad thing at all. What the what is happening? That was weird. Well, the 4-toed thing can't be too rare then. But yeah, there's certainly quite a lot of stuff that, I mean, like this whole cliffside, right? And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's sort of the same that Breath of the Wild does it, where there are actually big patches of world that... What the fuck is that? Nothing in it? Is that a part of a tree, or is that like a... That looks like a dragon tail or something. Don't tell me there's another frickin' dragon here. Seriously? That looks so awkward. Huh. Interesting bridge. I honestly don't know if this is a good idea. If venturing into the next part of the land is good. Oh, never mind. That's not a... I'm stupid. I thought from afar this was some sort of tail of some kind of reptile. No, just a brick wall. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's take a look at this place first. So wait, I was on that side. Should I take a look at this boss? I mean, I don't want to die to it, but at the same time, it's actually not that big of a deal. How many runes do I have? 3,000. I mean, since I can jump back up here, right? So this is where we started. I don't know if it's... I can't tell if these Evergails, if they'll always be difficult or not. I mean, well, we're very, very close to the side of Grace, though, so we can just... I mean, there's literally just one enemy here. We can just come back and... what are you guys doing here? Come back and get my runes, and that would be it, right? Hey! Oh. I wish your jump would have some way of... What? What was that scream? That didn't even sound human. Might even be a good idea to check out the boss, because that will give me my FP back and let me summon my soldiers again. I could just passively stand here, right, and look at stuff, and I'll just get the runes from those guys over there that are dying to the apes because they're fighting each other. Actually kind of funny. This is honestly probably the best place to farm runes, now that I think about it. If you activate your thing that gets you more runes and just do this place a couple of times, might actually be a good idea. I mean, they don't drop that much, but it's quite a lot of guys in general. I got the... let me see. This one, right? Chain-draped tablet. Padded cloth armor with a chain-mail shawl draped over the soldiers. Shoulders, soldiers. Widely issued to foot soldiers in the Lord's army. These weird worm-looking things again. I do wonder how they are connected to these Everjails. Because they only seem to be around those. And why are they staring off into the distance like that? Forlorn Hound. That doesn't sound great. Well, let's take a look at it. Yes. Bloodhound Knight Darrowell. Oh yeah, he's not difficult at all. The fuck? He does make me bleed though. Oh. Ah, for fuck's sake. Fuck. Ah, no. Well, the blood loss doesn't do too much, to be honest. Oh, for fuck's sake! What am I doing? That's... Ah, I didn't expect that. No! Fuck. I was way too passive with that guy. Okay, I can do that. Finally a fight that I can actually win. See, I mean, that's what I mean. This is literally, you look at this and you go, oh yeah, I'm dealing enough damage to it. Obviously, I still need to learn his attack patterns and stuff, right? It's not like it's not that you can just walk in there and do it on the first try. I mean, I could have, maybe even should have been able to do that, but other than that, it's really not a big deal at all. And clearly, you're meant to actually win this compared to other bosses. All right, let me take a look at that, though. So, what would be the most beneficial thing to have in this fight? I mean, I clearly don't need these guys. Well, I could use something like this in order to make it go quicker. I can keep the kukris as well. Or this. Temporarily boosts physical attack. Yeah, I might actually do that, to be honest. I think trying to get through this quicker is probably the best idea. If it doesn't work, I'll try the What the oh, fuck. Why did it switch my... What? Ah, for fuck's sake. No. That's not what I wanted. How... What am I doing? What is wrong with me? I sometimes do these really, really, really dumb and stupid things, and I don't know why. I was completely, like, out of my element because suddenly I was beginning to heal myself, and I was wondering why that was happening. Did I press on that, like, what, why? Did I press on this? Was it still, I guess it was still on my charm, huh? I mean, it must have been. Well, there goes one of these flesh things. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's do this. Right. Nope, that was... What am I doing? Oh, for fuck's sake. The fuck am I doing? Did not expect that. God. I do have... I mean, he's obviously... He doesn't have that much HP. But he has the same issue that I just can't make out when they start... Or when they stop with their attacking and when they don't. It's just incredibly hard to tell for me when they still... Like, when they're still in their combo or when they're not. I mean, I could try and parry him potentially. The problem is I'm also doing too much with my shield, I feel like. Whereas I think I would probably be better in this if I tried dodging more. But again, dodging seems to be something that mostly leads them to actually use their... Yeah, okay, it's obviously great when that literally just... That doesn't even hit him. The fuck? Oh, for fuck's sake. It honestly seems like the enemies are actually purposefully continuing attacking every time you... every time you roll. Am I just this bad in this game? I don't get it. Also, why the fuck are my runes over there? How does that work? At least I don't lose any. How do I want to deal with this? The fact that he builds up blood loss, or bleed rather, right, does make me think this is, like, this in and of itself is bullshit. The way it starts. Like, he spawns in, and clearly still has his spawning in animation, and then does an ultra fast attack attacking you that you can't really react to at all. I'm just really, really not understanding what it is that you're supposed to do. Because if it's not rolling, am I supposed to parry him? What is going on here? I mean, having something against bleed buildup would surely be a good idea as well. See, if I attack him there, there's literally nothing I can do. Also, something just makes it weird. that follow-up is... What the fuck, man? He didn't do that before, I think. I mean, yeah, he did do that at some point, but not in this particular fight. It's... How are you supposed to tell whether or not he does that? Because he literally like stops dead in his tracks and looks like you should be able to just attack him, but then you aren't. He's just continuing, and there's no way. Like if you attack there, right? It's literally a one shot. If you decide to, or if you think, oh well, maybe I can get in one more attack. It's not even that I'm attacking, like doing an attack combo or anything. I'm doing one more attack. And I immediately have no chance whatsoever. Do I want to try two-handing this fight, maybe? I don't know if that's a great idea. That follow-up is the biggest bullshit ever. That, yeah. I don't get why I'm even hit by those things. Because I clearly start rolling. Has the roll suddenly such a late, like, does it not start your iframes as soon as you start to roll? Is that not how it works? I think that this will actually help. I don't think it does. Well, I mean, the problem is not my offensive, the problem is my defense. It's just kind of non-existent. Ah, for fuck's sake, what did I do now? I'm getting dumber by the minute, I swear. Can you... Also, I don't know what it is, but I feel like the... See, now he didn't do his follow-up, now he did. How are you supposed to tell whether or not that happens? Now suddenly I wasn't able to jump away. Yeah, no idea when that actually appears. I feel like those follow-ups specifically only happen when you dodge roll away. That attack is way too far. I'm pretty sure that I rolled. I'm pretty sure that I rolled at the correct time anyways. I mean, I pretty much spammed circle in a way. I mean, I didn't spam it, but, you know, definitely pressed it a couple of times and it just doesn't go out before you actually... Maybe two-handing isn't the way to go, but with the shield I'm just way too passive, I feel like. But I also think that dodge rolling is not necessarily the way to go anyway. What a weird thing. I mean, maybe this guy finally teaches me how this game works? I don't know. I'm really at a loss as to what you're supposed to do with all those combo attacks. See, now that attack he usually did when I was fairly far away. Suddenly he does it while I'm standing right next to him. Oh, for fuck! How? Why? He didn't do that before! I thought... Now I pressed like L1 and circle at the same time. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you please give it a rest? Oh, I swear, every time you roll twice back to back, he always does this attack that is almost impossible to get out of. Oh, just kill me. Oh, for fuck's sake. I think I also need to dodge like into him, but that makes it even harder because then your camera turns all the way. Yeah, so much about the, oh yeah, this boss is easy. Or whatever I said at the beginning. Well, I mean, at least I'm dealing somewhat the damage to him, right? I'm insanely struggling with figuring out when he does what. Because every time I think I figured out when there is an opening, he just follows it up with some sort of weird combo attack. Why? Great. Okay, that was actually weird. I don't think that I should have dodged all of that. Can you... Why did I... That was... Why? I dodge rolled that! Definitely! I did the exact same thing I did before when you did that. That's ridiculous. Did you see that? He aimed his attack not where I was, but where I was going with my roll. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, the problem is, right, that this time I definitely dodged his attacks better. Why? Because I purposefully mistimed my dodges. So for some weird reason, you have to dodge way too early. As if he's locked in his sort of attack state. So at one point during that fight, I just rolled 3 times without even knowing if he would attack or not. Ultimately, he attacked, and I was still able to dodge roll his attacks, even though technically I shouldn't have been able to. He should have hit me because I rolled way too fucking early. So there's something weird going on with that. I don't know if it's the frame rate again, because it does feel like the game is slowing down somewhat during a couple of his attacks. I don't want to blame the performance for it, because I don't think necessarily that's what it is. It just, because of the performance, it's harder to judge whether or not I'm doing the correct thing, right? So it's not the slowdown or the frame drops that is the cause of why it's bad, but it does make it harder to judge whether or not I'm doing the correct thing, because it's harder to tell if your timing was correct or not. See, that second dodge shouldn't have been able to dodge him at all. That should have been timed correctly, that first dodge. Am I just dodging in like the wrong direction or something? Should I just try and parry him? I mean, parrying with my shield seems incredibly hard anyway, because it's just very slow, I feel like. But yeah, something's finicky with the dodges. I don't know what it is exactly, but every time I manage to well, not every time, but you know, sort of every third or fourth time that I successfully dodge roll, it feels like I did it wrong, right? And that's why I'm struggling with the timing, because some of the successful ones feel like they were wrongly timed. So I'm really not quite sure what's going on there. Maybe you just have to sort of learn his attack patterns rather than, because I feel like I'm playing more reactionary. Right? What the fuck is that? Why? I'm 80% sure that attack had a shorter range before. Maybe it's because of the slanted ground or something? Well, I mean, if you can parry him... Parrying seems not like the worst idea, because I actually don't lose that much HP when I don't parry correctly. And when I do, obviously it does quite a lot of damage. Although, the weird thing is, once again... I don't know if I should have been able to get a crit there, or like, you know, when you're actually sort of really stabbing the enemy. I don't know if that should have happened there. Because that just seemed weird as well. What a weird thing, indeed. What was that? Nope, I shouldn't parry. Oh, for fuck's sake, that is such bullshit! The fact that it's impossible to escape that attack, and you do not know whether or not it comes out or not, right? Sometimes he just sits all the way back and just lets you heal. Sometimes he just pulls out that attack, and as soon as he attacks, you know, oh, I've already lost. Because you can't react to it, right? As long as you're healing. Wait. Oh, there they are. Why are they're way too far out. What is it with them not being at the position where you actually die? What did they do there? The fuck? It can't be so hard to actually mark the position where you truly died. I dodge rolled that! That shouldn't have connected anyway. That should have connected. At least it did before. Oh, fuck. That was incredibly dumb of me. Oh, now I dodged way too early. What the fuck was that? God, I swear these timings. They're just annoying. That wasn't parry. I should have dodged that. I don't know, why do your attacks also have an insane delay to them? Like the... When you swing once with R1, and you time that wrongly, your opponent just hits you. There is no way around that. You just get damage against you. I mean, parrying clearly does help, right? Because at least you get a couple of really strong damage phases in. The delay on some of his attacks obviously is so insane that it's really, really hard to time that properly, right? That's so bullshit. Why did that not parry? I don't get it. I feel like I hit the exact same timing that I did when I parried him before. Was that on like another attack or something? But technically, I mean, just from the looks of it, I feel like pretty much all of his attacks should be parryable. Unless maybe when he actually sort of jumps into the air, right? Maybe not that, but most of it should be parryable. And it just, I don't know, just doesn't work. And the start as well, the fact that it's so inconsistent whether or not you get in the free hit or not. Okay, yeah, that was... I don't think you can parry that. That shouldn't have hit me. Okay, so another weird thing. I think his jumping attack actually has a larger range than his other So he has two different attacks where he swings his sword sort of far forward. One is with a jump, the other one is without. Both visually look like the exact same attack. The other one, well, one with a jump, the other one without, but the range looks to be exactly the same. It isn't. The jump attack has a larger range. What was the other thing? Something else was weird in that attempt. What's going on here, honestly? I just... Am I really just so bad at understanding how this game is supposed to work? Yeah, your dodges definitely have some sort of weird delay to them. Okay. No idea why that hit me. Why is there a tree here? That should have parried him? That shouldn't have hit me. At least it didn't before. I think. It's also, yeah, some of his attacks that have a larger range, it's just almost impossible to tell when they come out. I don't know what the trigger is there. That's also a thing, right? Usually in the past in FromSoft games, and maybe it's that, right? Maybe I'm just going too much off of the past in FromSoft games, but usually attacks were mostly baited by range, and then, well, obviously that was also finicky, right? Sometimes it wouldn't be quite right? Because there was some randomness to it, obviously, because you can never like exactly keep the same range. But at the same time, it feels like this time around, that's not the only sort of thing that influences what kind of attacks they actually do. I think they're also like dependent on whether or not you rolled before, for example, things like that. And also, yeah, the rolling is definitely weird. So usually you just do this, right? But there is some sort of weird delay to it And it feels like if you roll correctly, and I don't know if that's because of the frame drops, but it feels like if you roll correctly, your roll lasts longer. I don't know how else to put it. It's a very, very weird and awkward feeling, because it feels like you've sort of lost control over your character for a second. And the weirdest part is that usually that happens when I roll correctly and evade his attack, right? So it's not even really hurting me. It just feels weird. And I don't know what that is. If that's like a slowdown or something. Very, very awkward to tell. Yeah, I don't think I should try and parry that last thing. The one where he slaps the weapon down there. Now, why am I dodging away? Nope. That is also something, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. In that case as well, the dodge felt awkward. It felt like it took longer to go off, even though it was, yeah, it was correct, but I don't know. It almost felt like I changed directions, even though I didn't want to. Like, you know, the dodge was correct, right? I dodged like this way, away from his attack, and I didn't get hit. But I actually wanted to go this way, instead of that way. And it feels like what happened is that, you know, I pressed circle, but there was some huge delay until my roll actually came out, or there was like a frame drop or something. Again, I can't really tell without sort of looking back at the footage. And, well, because of that, the game sort of, instead of taking my actual input, because what I wanted to do, right, is dodge this way and then run away this way, essentially, or get some distance between me and the enemy, right? So what I did was I pressed my analog stick to the right and then to the back, essentially, right? Big, exaggerated, it wasn't that much movement, but that's what I tried to do anyway. But because of some delay with my roll going off, I actually rolled far more backwards than what I wanted to. And I don't know if that's, you know, is there some sort of delay? Is there something going on where the game has a frame drop and then, yeah, it takes your input later than you actually expected to do that? Nope. Okay, I think I know when he does that now. Yeah, that's bullshit. That can randomly happen. That's bullshit. Yeah, again, same thing. That is complete bullshit. There is no consistency whether or not he actually lets you heal or not. Sometimes he just decides to do his like quick bash in that doesn't let you heal. And there's no way to tell for you whether or not he's going to do that because you have to heal beforehand, right? So I start healing obviously before his combo even finishes. Yeah. That's kind of bullshit. That feels completely random whether or not that happens or not. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a few more tries. I don't feel like I'm really getting closer to understanding how this is supposed to work. As I said, the main problem being that I just don't really understand what they fundamentally want you to do here. Is I don't think dodge rolling all the time is what is the purpose of this. It just feels weird. It also feels weirdly paced because it takes way too long. I feel like there should be something that makes this fight essentially go faster. I'm looking for something like in Sekiro, right, where you can sort of trade blows with your enemy. I feel like it feels like there should be something like that here. Yeah, and that's also the fact that he can start off the fight by doing that is complete bullshit. It's completely, I feel like it is absolutely completely random with what attack he starts the fight. Obviously, you know, I guess the most logical conclusion then is that you just hold off on attacking or parrying until that sort of first couple of seconds is over. But that's just weird. I mean, I'm literally in almost the exact same position every time when the fight starts, right? So shouldn't he also somewhat have at least similar patterns at the start? Because he's sometimes just randomly doing attacks that he would normally do when you're further away, even though you're standing right next to him. That is... See, this back jump that he did there. That's also completely random. Hey. Can you please stop with this bullshit? Seriously, that is... Yeah, that was on me. I don't know. I can't tell at all why I'm sometimes successful in parrying him. I swear I'm parrying, like, obviously there is some variance to it. But that variance can't be that big. I just don't understand how I'm sometimes able to parry him. Why is that even working? Is the window to parry with the shield really that small? What a weird fight. I mean, maybe I'm not... yeah. Maybe now that let me try this one more time. Now that I know the timing's a bit better. Yeah, that was complete bullshit. That was also complete bullshit. I should have not dodged that. Why did that not... Fucking hell. What the fuck was that? Yeah, okay. That is utter bullshit. That is complete and utter bullshit how this fight works. I'm sorry. Why? Okay, yeah, this fight is utter bullshit in its design. I'm sorry. This fight is absolute bullshit. Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry I have to say that this fight is complete bullshit. It is absolute and complete and utter bullshit. And the reason is, oh, what's happening? Oh, I guess it's just transporting me to the world. Yeah, okay. And the reason is, his attacks are based on your inputs, right? To an insane degree. So, if he does his charge in, right, his zigzag charge in, you press circle once. You'll evade his attack, he'll stop attacking. If you just press circle again, you'll automatically evade his next attack, and his next attack only happens at all because you pressed circle. You can still mess up the timing on that, right? That's important to note. You can still mess up the timing on that. If you press circle too late or too early, mostly too late, he'll still hit you, which happened once during that fight. But the important bit here is that he is sort of the game is choosing to only even activate that particular combo if you decide to dodge multiple times with circle, right? Once you know that, it becomes insanely easy because you already know what he's going to do because it's you who's actually deciding his attacks, which is insanely weird. And it only works, like you can only fight him if you know that. Because otherwise, if you try to actually react to what he's doing, it doesn't work. You're too late every single time. Because his attacks actually don't give you any time to react. Because your first dodge roll takes too long. So only if you dodge roll, so you have to essentially, you have to know, okay, if you dodge roll this specific attack, if I then dodge again, he will automatically follow up with another attack. I then dodge again, he'll automatically follow up with another attack. I get 2 hits in, then I dodge again, get another hit in, right? That in and of itself can also become insanely bullshitty, because sometimes for whatever reason, he was just slightly out of range of my sword. But it was completely random whether or not that happened. Or rather, it might have been based on the direction where I dodged in, but honestly, that shouldn't be the case, I feel like. I don't know, that felt weird. But that in and of itself wouldn't be the biggest problem. The problem here is that the way the fight is designed, ultimately, it's not the enemy who is deciding what he's doing or how he's attacking, it's you who's deciding that through your actions. And that is why playing reactionary here, or actually reacting to what he's doing, is completely and utterly unnecessary. You just sort of learn his attacks, see what he can do, and then you just press whatever sort of makes him do what you want him to do. And then it works out. Obviously, I still wasn't perfect here, right? As I said, you can still misjudge a couple of things. You can still not always do the timing right or the dodge timing right. It can sometimes happen that he's just, for whatever reason, deciding to do something else. Or rather, that sort of depends. So I was really comfortable with his zigzag at the end of the fight, right? When he was doing his zigzag, I could literally decide for him what attacks he would do next. With the other things that he did, I wasn't as comfortable, which is why he hit me a couple of times. But yeah, I'm sorry to say that, but that's just bad design. Or rather, I wouldn't call it bad design. It's a specific design choice that I don't like at all. Like, at all. And the reason is, yeah, it's suddenly not a reactionary duel where you're sort of trying to figure out, when is there an opening? When can I attack? When can I dodge? Which attacks should I dodge? When can I possibly parry or something? It just becomes you essentially doing what you want to do and him just automatically following up because you know he's going to do that. That is such a weird backwards design. And yeah, I mean, I've done this once now, right? So obviously I can't really sort of completely underline my assumptions here, right? It might be that I'm slightly off on that. It might be that, you know, that's not completely how it works, but it felt like it. It just felt really, really bad, right? It felt really bad. It felt not like I was trying to figure out what he was doing, or that I was trying to figure out, I don't know, you know, his specific attack patterns or trying to learn what he was doing. I was literally just, I was deciding for him what he was going to do. And I know that sounds weird, but I don't know how else to decide that, right? Wait, how many? Oh, wait a second. I only need 6,000, right? I want to buy the. Well, I mean, at least I'm ending the stream on a positive note, I guess, somewhat. Let me mark it, even though I'm not entirely sure if this place is cleared or not, or if I. If you can actually do this again, someone, at some point. I mean, it's not glowing blue anymore, so I assume that it's a one-time thing, sort of. Oh yeah, also let me quickly look at what I actually got. So I think you get his sword, right? This one, Bloodhound's Fang, curved greatsword. 18 strength, 17 dex. Curved greatsword with a gently undulating blade wielded by Bloodhound knights. A fearsome blade capable of brutal airborne attacks. Unique skill, Bloodhound's Finesse. Slash upwards with the Bloodhound's Fang, using the momentum of the strike to perform a backwards somersault and gain some distance from foes. Follow up with a strong attack to perform the Bloodhound's Step Attack. Okay. I mean, it sounds pretty good. The enemy design in general was pretty awesome, right? And it would have been, I thought that it was a pretty cool fight overall at the beginning, because I really liked the boss design, and overall the attacks that he does and the animations associated with it are absolutely awesome. I think visually it looks absolutely incredible. But yeah, it's sadly just a weird fight. Or a fight that's... yeah, no idea how to properly explain that, to be honest. I would probably have to do like a frame-by-frame comparison there. Although I don't have any way of doing that, especially not with where I would also know what kind of inputs I pressed specifically at those moments, right? But yeah, again, what it comes down to is you're not playing reactionary anymore. You're doing what you know is right before it even happens. Just based on your knowledge of the fight, not on anything you react to. And if you try to do it reactively, it just doesn't work, right? He'll do his attacks way too fast for you to even be able to react to it. And that's, yeah, I don't think that's great fight design, to be honest. Also, not only is it sort of bad in terms of fight design in general, but the bigger sort of issue becomes that you're absolutely locked into doing the exact same thing every time, right? So you're locked in to having to dodge roll exactly like that every single time. There's no real leeway in really doing anything else. In that particular moment, anyway. So, I'm really sorry. I would like to have to say something more positive about the fight, but it felt, you know what? It honestly felt like a Sekiro fight in the wrong game. Because in Sekiro, you can always, you can block, right? It'll obviously increase your, whatever the fuck it was called. But yeah, it honestly felt like a Sekiro fight in the wrong game.
May the golden
order shine through you.
Okay. Well, at least now I have something awesome to test out next time. Let's actually get rid of this. I'm never really using it anyways. I mean, no. Even the points where I thought I needed to use it and drop down somewhere, I never actually really did. I wonder what this will do to my damage, if that's really beneficial. And also if, you know, I mean, visually it's absolutely awesome, right? Holy fuck, does that look cool. Oh, you kidding me? Are you telling me this lasts like 10 seconds? Or even less than that? The fuck? Well, I mean, whatever. We'll try it out tomorrow. Or rather, not tomorrow. Never mind. It's not actually when I'm streaming. Okay, let me, I mean, actually, is this a good perspective? I don't see. It's not a bad one anyways. Alright, yeah, I almost feel bad for having to criticize the game so much, and I don't know if I actually have. That's the bigger issue. I don't know if I actually have the authority to do so, because I'm not like the biggest pro on this game. So obviously I would be struggling, right? I'm not saying that that's an issue, but the way I ultimately solved the fight was just really, really bad. It shouldn't have been done that way. It shouldn't have been possible that way. The fight shouldn't be designed that way at the end of the day. And yeah, the reason why I'm saying that it feels like a Sekiro fight is because Sekiro worked the exact same way. But in Sekiro, that was how the game was designed. And what I mean by that is that the enemies in Sekiro also have... Sekiro is almost like a dance game in that regard. The enemies in Sekiro also work... They also have these insane combos, but it works... Well, in Sekiro it works like that, right? So the enemy is starting a combo. You essentially have to do a bunch of trial and error to figure out what kind of combos they have. And once you know that, you know, okay, now he's starting, let's say, combo number 1, right? And I know I need to press circle, circle, X, circle in a specific, with a specific timing in order to evade that particular combo, right? And then maybe he starts another combo and they recognize, oh, this is combo number 2. And now I have to do L1, X, circle, circle in a particular, not order, with a particular timing attached to it, right? And that's how Sekiro actually sort of works, right? I mean, that's obviously oversimplified, but that's mostly how it works. You recognize the combos that the enemies do. You learn what kind of buttons you precisely need to press for that particular combo and the timing for those button presses. And then all you really do at the end of the day is recognizing what kind of combo comes out and pressing the correct buttons in the correct order with the correct timing, right? Essentially almost like a rhythm game. In Sekiro, that actually feels really, really awesome, and it works out really well because, well, that's how the game is designed, right? You specifically only have a very limited number of options available, which is what some people criticize about Sekiro, but that's what makes it great, in my opinion, because it really focuses down and narrows down the combat to these few functions. But as a trade-off, those few functions are almost perfectly integrated, right? And again, solving that rhythm game in Sekiro feels absolutely incredible, and it looks absolutely phenomenal, right? And it sounds incredible as well. When your blades cling and, you know, everything's going on, absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, Sekiro works like that, right? It's this rhythm game where you, before something even happens, already know, all right, these are the combinations of buttons that I need to press. And compared to that, Bloodborne and Dark Souls are much more reactionary, right? Which is also a great... That's why what I like so much about Sekiro is that it's so different from the rest of the FromSoft games, right? And in this game, yes, they've definitely taken some inspiration from Sekiro as well, and I do like that. It's just, in this particular instance, it just felt way too narrow, right? It did honestly suddenly feel like I was playing Sekiro again with these really specific inputs that I had to press at very specific times. And it really didn't allow me at all to try out different things. It wanted this one specific thing from me in order to succeed. And the others weren't really working. To the point where it almost felt like... And that's why I actually said, what I mentioned before with the role, where I wasn't quite sure what was happening in terms of why it felt so slow suddenly. And I was, speculating whether or not it was the frame drops or something that was happening. No, it wasn't at all. It was that what felt so slow suddenly was because I was essentially dodging an attack that hadn't even started yet, right? And the only reason why it started is because I was dodging. Which is just like really weird when you try to say it back like that, but that's what happened, right? And that's why the dodges felt so slow, and that's why at first I thought that before I sort of figured it out, it's probably like Sekiro. That's why it felt so weird, because I felt like I dodged way too early. But what happened is I didn't dodge early. The enemy attack only happened because I dodged, right? Because only then does he actually go into his combo, if you time your dodges right. And, the problem is that sort of becomes your go-to, right? You can't really... I mean, I'm honestly at a loss as to what else I should have done there. Because there isn't really any other way to solve that, I feel like. I mean, you can't... Yeah, you can parry him. Maybe with like a smaller shield or a shield that's easier to parry with, I can see somebody, parrying their way through that fight. That's probably possible as well. Depending on the skills that you're using on your weapon, there might be some evasion skills that I don't know. Obviously, magic can work in, I don't know, all sorts of ways that I don't know yet. So I'm not saying that it's the only way to solve this fight, but in this particular instance, with me attempting this fight, it felt like the game wanted me to do specifically that and nothing else, right? And nothing else would really work. And again, it's also not even that nothing else would work. It's that once I figured this out, it became insanely easy. Because I didn't even have to think about it anymore, because I knew before it happened that I had to press 3 dodges in a row, right? I need to keep an eye out for that, because honestly, with all of the insane follow-up attacks and combos that the bosses do, I wonder if taking more of a Sekiro approach is actually the easier one. I don't really want it to be, because I feel like this game should work differently. But if that's the case, I mean, it would be a way to solve these fights, right? But that would require a bit more testing. Also, it's cool that he get his weapon, but ultimately that doesn't mean too much to me. I mean, once again, it doesn't really enhance my character in any sort of way, right? Which, what am I supposed to do with that, I guess? Oh well. Still had a great time. And I hope you had a great time watching. I know, it's probably, when I'm complaining and whatever, maybe not the greatest time to watch, but whatever. That's just how it is, right? I mean, I'm gonna point out the things that I don't like about the game, and well, I guess you can't really blame anyone for that. It's not buggy or anything, right? Or it's not that animations or hitboxes or whatever don't work properly. It's a specific design choice that I just don't like. I guess. Whatever. So, as I said before, the Final Fantasy XIV stream is not going to happen today. We're still trialing somebody, and yeah, I don't really want to stream that. Also, it's just probably going to be some T reprog, and yeah, that's not that exciting overall, I think. Having said that, so obviously, as always, Friday and Saturday I am not going to stream, so Elden Ring will return on Sunday, probably with 2 streams, like I've done them all through this week. 2 shorter streams on Sunday, probably like a 3-hour stream in the morning, 4 to 5 hour stream in the afternoon, something akin to today. And, well, I'm probably going to take a look at the rest of the world, I guess. Because returning to Stormvale at this point just doesn't... It feels kind of pointless, to be completely honest. And, I mean, as you can see, while a couple of these world bosses still seem weird, or, well, the solution to their fights is maybe something that I don't necessarily like, at least it was doable, right? And not... You know, if this thing also would have had an insane health pool, then it wouldn't have been fun. At least at the end of the day, it was still somewhat fun, and I got a reward for it that I can't even use or don't want to use anyway. Yeah. Oh well. Also, one other thing that I wanted to mention is that for some reason the VOD that I thought was lost worked at the end of the day. So I think the solution was to delete the past broadcast that was causing issues. And, well, then I, could actually make a highlight of the follow-up past broadcast. So now, hopefully, all Elden Ring episodes actually are there and also work. I've created a collection. It's featured on my Twitch page. So if you want, you can take a look at that. Other than that, I hope I see you on the next stream on Sunday. And I hope we'll have a great time. Somewhat, at the end of the day, I'm still having a blast with this game. I mean, I've played it for, almost 40 hours this week, right? And Sunday hasn't even happened yet. I mean, well, technically, since I started Sunday, this is 1 week for me, right? So I played about, 35, 40 hours in 1 week? You wouldn't do that with a game that you don't like. So, just as a reminder, sort of, also for myself, right? Because I am complaining about a couple of things in this game. There is definitely some stuff that I would have wished was different. At the end of the day, it is still FromSoft. It's very much, Dark Souls / Bloodborne / Sekiro inspired. Feels like sort of a combination of all of their work to this point. Sadly, it also takes or follows up on all of their weaknesses, it feels like. Oh well. Yeah, I hope you had a great time. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, day, morning, wherever you are, and that I see you on the next one. Until then, bye-bye.